we are going to need to make sure that our audio and everything sounds good. So, anime drawing tips, go live, drawing tutorials, come say hi. Art, go live.
Go live.
Okay, we should be live now. Where's our chat?
Where's chat?
There's YT chat and TikTok chat
The heck
is popped in.
Oh,
I need to pop out chat because
nice.
it wasn't. Okay, here we are. I don't really want this to be see-through, do I? Settings.
Do I have a
There we
shadow on
go.
me? I do have a shadow kind of on me.
Yes,
But
you
it's
do.
kind of subtle.
Do you want to turn on the lamp on your right?
Yes. Where is that thing?
It's the switch.
There it is. Ah.
It probably works a lot better.
Yeah, it does.
There's nothing we can do about the shadow,
Nah,
honestly.
it's whatever.
Hello, how is everybody doing?
Yeah. how's
Michi,
everyone
Lau,
doing?
Stuff Maybe,
Now I know
Gizmo,
that.
Dahlia. Your mics are kind of low, are they? A little bit low?
Are they a bit too far away?
Yes.
Is this better?
We do have something to say. Hello? Hello? Is that better?
They can't hear us. Lau says that we can't.
Music is loud and you're quiet. Okay, that's
Oh,
perfect.
Thank
So
you.
this
Hey, Roz.
goes down. This goes down. That's exactly what we needed you for, chat, because we reconfigured our entire setup. So,
Yep.
again. All right.
Spent hours
So
last
this
night.
should be working better. Hello? Hello? Does anybody want to send us a stream? Do you have it on your phone?
I
Okay,
have
there
it
we
on
go.
my phone, They said that's better.
there
It's
we
better.
go.
Yes, better. Awesome.
Yeah, I hadn't configured the audio yet. Okay, let's see. Hello? Should work pretty well. Yeah. So now let's see what this does.
My hair really is getting in the way.
Did that turn up the music?
Yes, it did.
Let's just like turn it way up.
Sounds good.
Is the music going up on the stream as well?
I don't know. It's just going up in here.
Let's see.
Mic is still pretty quiet. It's still a little loud, but way better
Okay,
than
perfect.
before. Who are you drawing? I'm drawing Elf Mickey. 'Cause why not?
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to turn this down. So I am now finally able to independently adjust the music for us and for you guys.
Nice.
That's really nice. Uh-oh.
Uh.
Something just came on. Ba ba ba. That's good. Okay, now let me go over to TikTok. Hello, Roz. Aunt Wayne. Hello.
And Twain?
Mike's still pretty quiet. Okay. Why is the mic always so quiet for YT? I have it 100% up. How's that?
Good.
I
think.
Filters. Plus. Gain.
Wow, making Mickey's hair a lot fluffier today.
What
Maybe
if we
it must
just
be my mood?
bring this up like 10? How does that sound? Are we better on YT now? Are we loud? Are we better? I want it to be plenty loud. Like, I don't want you guys have to have your volume at max in order to I've noticed on like all of our YT replays, our mics are really quiet. I think that works a lot better.
The Althea obsession went too far. I got my nails done today based on her design. Althea, you mean like your OC Law? I'm glad you like my stickers, Christina. I love your stickers, Abigail. I think every time I look at them, I just want to stare at them all day. You know, honestly, I don't blame you, La, because if I got my nails done, I would probably theme them after an OC as well.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't do raid though, cause it's not my style.
There we go. Hello. Sorry. Kind of big news. We finally got a dedicated streaming PC.
Yes.
And I'm very happy about it.
Colton
I
is
spent
over
all
the
night
moon.
last night setting it up, and I had to reinstall everything and all the software and reset up our entire setup. But it is all for the purpose of improving the streams and, you know, doing better at that kind of stuff. So the nice thing is, Christina,
Yes.
you and I now have an independent.
Why do I feel like I'm like super short?
You said you probably wouldn't get it set up. I am an overachiever.
Once he starts something, he doesn't really like want to
I
stop.
refuse to stop.
Do I feel like kind of short? Like, I don't know. If I'm leaning over, it's like my face gets blocked. Not sure though.
Don't lean over as much. I don't know.
I don't know.
We can put the camera down a little bit, and maybe a little bit like that. I had to reset up all this stuff. Sorry, this is. Come on.
You guys seem closer.
Yes.
Yes.
We switched around the cameras. One of our cameras has a much wider lens. One of the cameras that we have has a much wider lens, and we switched them around, so that one's actually. So, another thing for the YT, check if we are streaming in 1440, because we should be streaming in 1440. That is one thing that we're trying to do. Quality for current video. Select a specific resolution. Why are we not in 1440? Let me look. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of a maintenance in the beginning of stream because we actually didn't have time to do a test stream. 14.8.
Elf Miki looks mischievous. Yes. Panda Bear says, "Wait, you guys are matching shirts?"
Yes.
Yes,
we have
sort
pink
of.
shirts on today. Okay.
I love matching.
All right. Let's do
I don't know the 1440 scale, but it's in the full resolution for me. Bisma says.
It's only 720 for me right here. That's weird. Settings.
I'll make her mouth smaller.
Stream output.
Maybe I'll make her hair like extra long. And I'll give her like Tinkerbell. Because elves have long hair generally, right? Oh, that's cute actually. You got real quiet for a sec, Fox says.
Did we?
Mm-hmm.
Still
Hey,
setting
Crystal.
everything up. All right.
Crit
File.
says, I missed ba ba ba. Gonna need you to restart it, JK.
Whoa.
Sorry,
that's
that was my
loud.
alarm. Let me turn off the heat.
Video. Oh, there we go. Output is currently active. Please turn off any outputs. TikTok might go dark for just 1 second. Sorry.
Actually, I don't need to do that right away.
Output. Come on, where are you? Video. No. All right, we're back on. I can't do it live. Unfortunately, we would have to restart the stream. So maybe we'll do a test stream sometime to try and get this stuff figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys.
No high resolution.
We didn't have time to do a test stream because I was so busy. We did a bunch of running around today, and so this was going to be the test stream, double as a test stream, but we can't because we'd have to end stream to change the resolution.
Look, Elf Miki, and made her hair extra long.
Hello. All right, so my chats are a little bit
Why is-
in a different place now. Why is what?
The screen looks feel a bit darker, dimmer.
It's in dark mode.
Oh, it's in dark mode. Okay, I didn't know that.
Dimmer overall or dimmer
Like-
like these?
Like that is darker, I think.
Can you describe it, please?
Like the white isn't as bright as it used to be.
The whites?
Like, yeah, the whites aren't as bright. Or like text is, I have to kind of squint to really see it.
Are they just smaller or are they not as bright?
Not as bright.
Okay. I'll have to figure that out.
Nah,
then.
that's fine. I just wanted to say it.
So, how is everybody doing? Okay, let me... Yeah, this is still completely cutting out. We're gonna have to get a new headphone splitter.
Okay.
I think those just suck. Because we actually tried Kevin's and ours, and neither of them worked right.
Okay.
Even with new headphones. Content updates. Here we go. Ooh, today's topic. What is today's topic?
I thought you said drawing until we pass out.
What is today's topic?
I don't know.
We're gonna pass out drawing what?
Bodies?
Anything?
I don't. Anything?
Just whatever. I
Rendering
didn't plan anything.
Okay.
There we go.
I said don't
Rendering
want some.
Tori's commission. Nice.
Nice.
Hello. Emmy, hi. No longer Ant, hello. The dark, yes. Guys, I don't want summer to be here yet. I hate the heat.
Me
Honestly,
too.
just
Same.
we're just gonna have to deal with it, I think.
We're just gonna have to stay inside all day.
And I got my Cosmic Stardust. Yeah, so the camera's now above us. So there's actually a much larger monitor in front of us now, and the camera has to go above it, so it's kind of looking down at us. So that's why you see the top of Christina's head every time she's drawing. I don't really have a workaround for that.
Is it still appearing?
What does that mean? Is it still
okay.
No, I'm saying we're looking directly at this in that camera.
Okay.
What are you drinking? It's an Alani. Cosmic Stardust flavor. Over in the UK, our homes were built to keep the heat in, and it gets so stuffy. Rip.
That's horrible. Can we have Elf Tira? Yes. I might as well do Elf Tira.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of an experimental stream. Yeah, I actually hate the camera above us because it just look up with your eyes.
Oh.
That's how you draw.
Oh. All the heat goes into my room only, and it's so annoying and hot. That sounds like a Fox situation.
That was my childhood as well.
Do you have coloring tutorials? Yeah, we can do some coloring tutorials. What do you want to color? What kind of things do you want to color? Let me BRB really quickly. I gotta turn off the heat on the stove.
We can put it down just a little bit. Should be better. How's everybody doing? That's loud. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday.
Oops.
What?
Nothing. I just.
Chillin'. Pillowhead Creations, hello. Woke up from a nap. Nice. Apoko, hello. Uni, hello.
Hair. Coloring hair, huh?
So what's this about? What's what, huh? About? We teach art. I don't know if you're new or not.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we teach art, and this is a little bit of a stream that I have to get some tech support done because we just reworked our entire setup. So I have to make sure we have everything working. But it looks like it's working well, so everybody can hear me with no problems. Sign into chat. Well, I'm definitely not signed into chat.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about, are you matching clothes? It looks so cute. Yeah, we kind of are matching. We just chose a pink shirt today.
Don't want that.
I chose this pink outfit, or this pink shirt, and the Colton's like, I'll wear pink today too. And so, yeah, we're matching.
Chat. There's chat. Woke up from a 2-hour nap. I do need to sign into chat though.
Oh, for YT?
For the ability to moderate.
Oh.
I can't
So how would you do that?
put in our username and password and everything, but I'd have to go grab it.
Oh, then
I want to
maybe
be able to draw like this. Any suggestions? Practice a lot.
practice a lot.
Yeah.
practice
If you want to be able to draw like this, first off, you have to be drawing basically all the time.
My drawing schedules, I'm drawing all the time.
Yeah, you have to draw all the time. But Christina also studied art professionally.
Yes.
She studied design in Art Center. She took a lot of classes. She still takes classes to this day, and then she just draws all the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, basically, if you want to get to this level.
So maybe Colton, I'll teach a bit about how to draw or how to color hair. Maybe you can go find your password and username and stuff. Or
I'm not gonna do that right now.
Okay. Okay, so
too much. Don't understand art style. Like every time it looks different. That is part of the drawing experience, honestly.
And actually,
It goes away over time.
It goes away over time, but I don't think it should even be a bad thing.
Yeah,
right?
It's not a bad thing.
It's not
at
a
all.
bad thing.
It's not a bad thing at all. It's just kind of a neutral thing.
Yeah. It's like, so what, you know? I don't think, I mean, consistency, one thing, is like very difficult, but two, it's like if you're not like trained or have a lot of fundamentals under your belt, it's really hard to be consistent. So that's why things really like fluctuate a lot. Like you're just experimenting, you know, it's not bad.
Have y'all ever taught or learned the bean method for drawing bodies? There's no really such thing as the bean method. The bean is just a simple breakdown of the torso or an object that bends in space.
Yeah.
So like it's not really a method, it's just a really simple representation. So a lot of artists like to use a bean in order to simplify the bend and stretch of a torso. Mm-hmm. So, but yes, absolutely. The bean is used as an example everywhere. Pretty much anywhere you'd learn figure drawing, you'd run into it.
Yeah.
There's also other things like representing it with pillows. That's a pretty popular exercise, especially for animators. They tend to animate pillows. I remember when I was in art center, I shared classes with a lot of the animation students, and they were always doing animated pillows for practice, to practice that same kind of bean shape.
Yeah.
But as far as like a method or being taught it, like there isn't really much to it other than just
once you know it, you just apply it.
Yeah. Can you teach me sometime learning figure drawing?
We actually have a class
that was recommended to me. Yeah, we could talk about beans.
Sure. Let me just write that on the list.
Yes, we are married.
Yes.
Bought myself a new. Spent 9 hours on my drawing. Nice, that's great.
Awesome.
Lots of good practice. Bought myself a new watercolor sketchbook yesterday to practice and get used to watercolor. Awesome.
Figure drawing. All right. So when it comes to hair, I like to think of a process. So I have generally like a 4 or 5 step process. Most of the time 4 step process, and that will include my base color, my shadows, my darker darks, like my really really dark shadows, and then my final step is my highlights. That's generally the process that I use a lot. That works really well for me. And actually, we on our YT channel, we have a 3-part series on how to shade and color hair. So you can also check that out if you want a more in-depth like process and stuff.
Want to color my drawings but don't know where to start? If you want to color your drawings and you don't know where to start, I would just start by doing really, really, really simple flat colors with no rendering.
Yeah.
So just
kind of like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. Do you both draw? Yes, we both draw.
Mm-hmm.
We both work professionally as artists. I'm usually managing chat, doing tech support. Christina's usually drawing, but I do drawing streams here and there as well.
Yes, he's
and
very
I teach
good.
some of our classes in our anime art school.
So I have my base color, and this is, you know, I kind of decide, do I want it to be a light brown, a dark brown? It can really be whatever color that you want.
How about we answer the question of where to start?
Okay.
Here, just by going flat values, no rendering. If you want to start coloring, just color like this.
Just color like this.
To start.
Mm-hmm.
Just color in the hair, the skin, all of the different pieces, and just choose the colors that you want for these.
Yeah.
And really pay attention to not only, if you're absolutely brand new to coloring, there's a couple things about the color wheel. There's left and right, and then there's up and down.
Go ahead.
So left and right is the saturation. That's like the vibrancy of the color, right? This is very orange. This is kind of a desaturated orange, and this is white. And then up and down is the value. You also have these sliders down here. This is called the HSV or HSB sliders. It stands for hue, which is the color, saturation, which is the intensity of the color, and then brightness or value, which is obviously the lightness and the darkness. So when you're starting coloring something like this here, just think of the one single color that you want the hair to be. And I wouldn't always opt for the most saturated version of a color, because that's like the most intense. Choose something maybe between like this range here.
Yeah.
And then think of the brightness, or not the brightness, the coolness or the warmth of each individual color. So for example, with, let's just say with green, green can be warm, which is by yellow, or green can be cool by blue. And so think in terms of coolness and warmness of each individual color, right? So for example, red can be cool, that would be over by purple, or red can be warm, and that's kind of over by the orange, right? I'm exaggerating a little bit so you can see it easily.
Yep.
What if I'm coloring in paper? All these principles are exactly the same. You're just using a traditional medium.
Yeah.
So this is just a very simple breakdown of color palette. Actually, it's actually better to start traditionally because you're more limited and you get less overwhelmed.
You know,
so what I would recommend,
go ahead, you go first,
is just pick up a couple of simple colors. Couple of colors. Don't overcomplicate it. You don't need every single color in the entire rainbow. You know, most design and art schools start students off just with traditional art, and they have them draw with or paint with limited palettes with only a few colors.
Yeah.
So that's actually good if you're just coloring in paper.
Well, I have a story. When I used to work with traditional a lot, and I only had paper, you know, some Sharpie pens and Crayola colored pencils. And there was no like flesh tone, like a light peach tone or whatever it is at the time. It was just the basic colors that I had. And so I kind of made a realization later that I could basically just faintly color in orange, because this kind of like peachy tone, whatever it is, lighter skin tone is basically like a very light orange. And so I didn't have to go super, super dark. I just used the orange that I had and I used it lightly. And that was, you know, one way that I can, you know, take a color and, you know, take what I have and use it as a different shade. So I just remember, like, when I was in first grade or whatever, they're like, oh, like, can you give me a skin tone or like a flesh tone? And I'll be like, okay, I gave them the orange, and they're like, this isn't flesh tone. I'm like, yeah, but if you color it lightly, it's a pale skin, you know? So I just thought that was a funny story. But that was an example of it. That's what I used to do with my color pencil in elementary. Yeah, you get that.
Yeah. Hey, look, artists over the last however many thousands of years, we are like one of the first generations to have digital art.
Yes.
They have been achieving realistic colors and representations of different colors with very limited palettes, because it was very difficult to get your hands on certain colors in the past, right? Very expensive, very rare. So that's where different palettes came from. I think the Zorn palette is also a pretty limited palette as well.
Yeah.
There's different limited palettes. Some of them are named after famous artists that tended to use them a lot.
I know. Yeah.
How would you draw moss on stone?
Ooh.
It depends what lighting it's in.
Yeah.
I would probably just draw it as like I mean, it depends on what lighting it's in. It depends if it's the focal point, if it depends if it's a background element. It depends on a lot of stuff. Can you elaborate a little bit, Sadman?
Yeah. Because, like, if you want to, like, just draw it and just get something in like, a line work, like, I would kind of, I mean, obviously I would look at the reference first, but sometimes moss kind of has this, like, sprawled texture.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like roots. You know, that could be how you could interpret moss, perhaps.
Yeah.
Elf Mickey, yes. They're like, Elf Mickey!
Yup. Also, as a reminder, our live class signups are open.
Yes.
So we're going to be having 2 live classes starting in the middle of June on figure drawing and costume drawing. So if you're interested in that, let us know, and we'll give you more information on that or send you to the page. Whatever happened to Elf Tira?
Oh, I'll draw her later. I just didn't get to. See, look, that's in progress right there. Maybe if I will do it sometime. Probably during the stream. So then what I do is, I mean, obviously the first thing that you can start off with is something that's like flat colored, as what Colton mentioned earlier.
You guys have classes for silhouettes. In our anime art school, we have a complete class on character design.
Yes.
And there is a lot on silhouettes, right?
Yeah, there's
like
a lot
whole
of silhouettes.
sections on silhouettes.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you're interested in that, we do have a class that covers a lot of silhouettes in our anime art school. Panda asks, how much are the classes? The live classes that are starting in June are $500. If you buy both of them, you get a discount, and if you already have anime art school, you get a discount as well. So If you have any of those, let me know. But otherwise, they are 500 each.
Yes.
And they go for 6 weeks. You get your work art critiqued every single week. And there's live lessons every Saturday or Sunday, depending on which class you sign up for. And Dahlia was actually in our last classes. Want to join your live class, but I will miss it because of school. Do you have school in the summer? I had summer school once.
Oh.
My credits didn't transfer in high school, so I had to go take summer classes. It was
ridiculous.
Annoying. Yeah, I get you. It's all good. It is on the weekend, so if you don't have weekend school, then you might still be able to make it. Southern Hemisphere.
I'm crossing Southern Hemisphere.
Yep, they're on Saturdays and Sundays. On my new phone. Nice, no? Which one will be Saturday? The one on Saturday is going to be the figure drawing class.
Yes.
So figure drawing, we're going to teach figure drawing, anatomy, posing, constructing the body, all that kind of stuff. Sleepy, thank you for the follow. And yes, we are doing a 12-hour long live stream this Saturday.
Yes, it's going to be so much fun.
12-hour long live stream Saturday. So in a couple of days, we're going to be hanging out and live the entire time.
So you can color things generally in a flat color just to start off with, but I think like when you want to decide to add shadow, I would really try to think about the wireframe of the hair, like that. Like how is it like bulging out? Is it going in? And that will help you to describe the form better with the shadow. So I always like to do that. And sometimes I like to do it first before I put in any shadows.
What app is it? It is Procreate on the iPad.
So I think about the form.
Shading hair.
Yes.
Yeah, she's doing hair shading right now.
Then I'll think about, what's my light source? Is my light source, from the top, kind of towards the front, or top left, top right, whichever it is. I'll just do kind of top like that. I'd like to add a little arrow. And once you add this arrow, then you're like, okay, I can kind of start imagining what the shadows would look like because light is kind of linear. And so I'm using my wireframe, I'm using my light source, and now I can add in my shadows. And hair is generally like a round helmet. It's kind of like shading a sphere, like multiple parts of a sphere. So if I'm adding my shadows, I can use my wireframe. Hey, when I'm adding my shadows, I'm using this as my reference. So now it's like rolling down the form.
Sorry, I know you get this question all the time, but what brushes do you guys use? Well, we do get the question all the time, but because we get it all the time, we actually put the brush up for free, and it's very easy to get. You can get it on the linky on our profile if you want. You just scroll down, it's going to be the green button. Make sure you open it in your browser. It does not download from the TikTok app. It's just a Google Drive download. Or you can join our Discord server and get it in there. If you join the Discord server, you can just type !brush in any of the channels, and it will a bot will send you the link to the brush as well.
Yep.
So there's a number of ways to get it.
So here we have a clear light and a clear shadow. This part is in light because this is where the light source is. It's hitting the top part of the head, and then as it's going away from the light, it's looking like a sphere now. That's where the shadows are generally going to be. And of course, you can always be a little bit more interesting with it. And you can, add in some like double shadows or double highlights, whichever you want to do. Generally, there's also tends to be a shadow in little crevices where the hair connects to the scalp. So that's always a nice little touch that I never really noticed before. But I also like to think of it like an Oreo cookie. Like it's dark, light, dark, generally. And then you would just basically rinse and repeat for the rest of the hair. So here I'm going to determine, okay, is this my dark side or my lit side? Since the light is coming from the top, and I kind of still want to show some light and shadow, I want this part to be the bottom side of the ponytail, this side to be the top. So I'm separating the different sides with value.
What happens is Procreate on the iPad. Had this problem a lot, but should the cheek bend be around where the mouth would be? It depends on the character, really.
Yeah, it does.
There is no exact correct shape that a head should be. You can actually make a head any shape you want, so it depends on the
head shape.
It depends on the shape of the character's head. But your Discord server, I can't find it. If you want to get an invite to the Discord server, just go ahead and send us a direct message on TikTok and ask for the Discord invite, and I'll just send you it.
And then so here, when I'm starting to get to the wavier parts, I'm starting to think like a ribbon. So these are basically like mini cylinders. So this is my light source. This is coming towards the light. This is going away from the light. So here I'm separating it out as well. Dark, light, dark. Dark.
Rose sketches, hello.
Hello. Dark. And I also like to think of like what shapes do the shadows make versus what shapes do the light parts make.
IDK, thank you for the follow as well.
Thank you.
My chat is disabled, no, so I can't send messages. You can also get the Discord invite from our website if you want to write the
Sure.
thing on there. Just go to drawanime.com. You'll see the Discord invite on there.
I need to write this.
We try to make it as easy as possible to get there. So we have a bunch of different ways. Drawanime.com. Just draw the word anime.com, and you'll scroll down and see the Discord invite there.
Hi, Cass. Thank you. Hey, Itsuna. My body is ready for Saturday. Nice.
Yep, and when you join the Discord server, make sure you go to the verified channel and hit that green check mark. It prevents bots from coming in and spamming the server and harvesting all of your
data
and information and art.
And art. Hey, Captain.
Are you guys still doing the watercolor drawing if we join the class? If you join Anime Art School, yes. If you join both live classes, also yes.
Yes. So then I have my lights, I have my base color. I have my shadow color. Then is when I start doing darker darks. And because, when things get really, really dark, it kind of adds extra depth. So what I do is I go into the really deep crevices in the hair.
Hello, Cass. Love the anime style, they say.
Thanks. And so I basically do shadows within shadows. So within the shadows, there's some shadows. That's the ambient occlusion. And so that way I can actually start poking out some strands that I wouldn't have seen unless I added that darker bit. So if I took this out, I wanted this strand to come out, but it's kind of getting muddy now. So instead I put in a little darker dark, and now that strand pops out now. And I do this too in kind of minimal areas. I don't put it everywhere. I kind of just put it where I want to put it.
Do y'all teach art for any age? Yep.
Generally.
I mean, any age, I would say probably, between or just 13 up, most likely.
13 up. Our youngest is generally 13.
Yeah. But honestly, some parents actually get our books and our classes and go through it with their kids. I think some parents are going through it with people as young as 9.
Well, yeah.
Right? 9 and 8 years old.
Yep.
But
some people even play
I would say
classes.
13 up. But it is appropriate for any age.
Yeah.
All of our content is any age appropriate. Serena, hello.
Hello.
What brush is that for coloring? It's just the same brush as the sketch.
So another thing that I like to do with darker darks is sometimes I'll add emphasis to the start of the shadow. So let's say this is my core shadow where the shadow starts. Generally the core shadow tends to be quite dark, so I'll add a bit of extra depth in the shadow right there. That's another use for the darker darks. But once again, it's kind of more minimal. It's more like accent shadows.
Working on drawing hair and struggling. These lives always come up so conveniently. Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, to be fair, hair does get covered a lot.
It does.
And a lot of people do struggle with it.
Yeah.
But we are glad that it was able to pop up when you need it most. It was there.
Yes.
Little, what, huh? Mystics Cookie, thank you for the follow. Quiet Mouse, hello.
Hair is making me hungry. Oh, that's funny. I mean, because it kind of does look pretty delectable, doesn't it? So I got my base colors, my shadows, my darker darks, and now my final step is generally to add my highlights. And I save highlights for last because it's really fun to add highlights. It's really fun to add highlights. And then what happens is you're having so much fun that you end up adding too much. So the highlights and the darker darks are always usually the last step because that's the most potent types of values. So what I do is I'll take my lightest light and I'll just add it in areas, once again, that matters most for me here. It's generally going to be within this area. So another thing about shading anything in general, is that you want to keep your values or your shading organized, meaning you want to keep your shadows in your shadows. So that means my darker darks right here is in the shadow area. It's contained. It's not, inside the lights or anything like that. And therefore, when it comes to highlights, I'm not putting it in down here because it doesn't feel like a highlighting anymore. It's too much. So instead, I would put it in the bit of the lighter areas. And I'm using the form of the hair to kind of determine the shape of my highlight as well. It's kind of like a ring or halo around the head. There we go. Now this is like a very simple version of it. People get really creative with how they, shade hair and stuff, but this is something that I use a lot. It's a system that I use a lot, and it's straightforward. It's like you kind of just, you do it, and you're like, yeah, checks out. It looks like hair. So yeah. She had a little person that was pink. That's her PFP. I'm not sure.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh,
Is
ZKG.
the brush that's on your website for Procreate? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yep, we're using it right now in Procreate. It's one of my favorite brushes. Hi, sorry I'm late. Hello, ZKG with the $2 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. No worries. The stream has just been technical support
I know.
up till now. Nah, it's not too bad, honestly.
Honestly, Miki with this long hair, long ponytail is super cute. I really like it.
Tried it downloading, but it says it's for Clip Studio Paint. It is absolutely 100% for Procreate. It's actually a Photoshop brush.
Yeah.
It does work in Clip Studio, it does work in Procreate, and it does work in Photoshop. It is an ABR.
Yes.
Adobe brush. So any program that accepts Adobe brushes, if it does say it's for Clip Studio, all you have to do is just open it in your Procreate. So just import it onto your iPad and open it in the Procreate app. It will work.
Yeah.
I bought your book. Can't wait till it's here. Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you.
TikTok changed the font again, huh?
Font.
What do you want about stuff, maybe? Oh, by the way, we don't have the soundboard set up for the new PC yet. For some reason, I can't get the Stream Deck to work, so I'm gonna have to look into that. I have no idea why it's not working.
Hey, Lunatic.
Very weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Hello, Lunatic. Welcome.
All right, so I think the next topic is figure drawing. And someone is asking like, oh, how you do the bean method and stuff. Do you want to cover that, or do you want to kind of just?
I don't really care. The bean method. I could if you want.
Sure. Want to switch?
It's up to you. Yeah.
I like it when you teach figure drawing. It's really fun. I can finally get out this way.
Yep. We moved our entire setup about 2 feet to the left. We had to move around a bunch of bookshelves and stuff yesterday, but now Christina has a whole area on her right instead of being pressed up against the wall. It's really nice. Here it is. Bean stuff. Do you use the same brush for everything? Coloring and stuff for stream? Yes.
For stream, yeah. Just
So
because it's simple.
the bean method, it's not really a method. Basically, just the bean is really a simplified form that has a bend. So it has a stretch side and it has a bend side like this. And this is basically just a really simple setup for how the torso is represented, all right? So you may know a torso is basically just 2 stacked boxes, right? And then, of course, the rib cage fits inside of this up one. It comes out a little bit. There's the whole of the neck, the pelvis, halfway 3-finger gap. You come down. There is the upper body. So these 2 boxes, box A and box B, a lot of the time are just simplified into a bean to make it easier to draw. And so there's a lot of exercises you can do. Some people will give an assignment that's like a pillow, like this. And that's also basically just the bean, right? It's a pillow. And you just add the little things on the end and all of a sudden it looks like a pillow. So there's a bunch of different variations of this. But essentially, one side this is a design principle called simple and complex. Simple and complex. All right?
Hey, Caleb.
So, simple and complex is basically you have certain areas of your art that is visually simple, like there's not much going on, and then there's other areas of your art where there's more stuff going on. And this just helps your brain to understand and digest the drawing, all right? So this is the bean and the bend and stretch is kind of just a derivative of this general design principle, simple and complex. So, right, you've got a simple, you've got a complex, you've got a simple. So in the bean, you have a simple side, and then you have a complex side, which is just that. That looks a little bit too much like a booty for me, so I'm gonna like.
Rose Sketches asks if you downloaded the driver for the soundboard.
Yeah, I have.
And
I just still gotta connect it and mess with it.
Yeah.
So there we go, right? This is the complex side, and this is the simple side. And like I said earlier, the torso, maybe I didn't say this earlier, but the torso is always bending and stretching and squishing and all kinds of stuff, right? So technically, instead of this, you could have this.
Oh.
Right? And so it can bend and stretch in different ways. So remember how we're always drawing heads? We're drawing funny heads, right? Where we just make a random shape and then we add a face to it. Well, this is actually kind of the same way. You can draw like a bean like this, and you can decide what direction this is facing, right? So this can be somebody bending forward like this, or it could be somebody twisting like this, and they're actually looking upwards. And then maybe this is the pelvis, and maybe their leg goes down there, and maybe, this one comes out. Right? Fox has been asking about this song for weeks. I keep gatekeeping. All right, Christina, you can give Fox the song. It's called If I Wait, instrumental version.
If I Wait.
By MV. The letter is MV, like MVD, except without the D and without the wait.
Oh.
Well, maybe you had to wait about as long.
Oh, MVD.
Yeah. But anyways, so the bean is really just a simplification of the torso. And there's different exercises, right? Like a teacher may go, okay, we're on week 1 of figure drawing class, and they teach you what I just taught you, and they go, I want you to draw me 150 beans based on references. All right?
I feel like we get a lot of questions saying, oh, what method is best?
Yeah.
And honestly, it's whatever method that works best for you.
And so they may go...
Because for me, like, I combine a box and a bean because I've always, whenever I took figure drawing classes, I started with boxes first, not so much beans. But then I really like the flowiness of the bean, and it's very cute. And so I try to kind of blend it like how he was just doing right there. It's kind of a mix.
Right? And you do like 150 maybe drawings of this or something. Right? Actually, I don't want to draw it like that. It's kind of weird. I'm just going to draw it like that. And then this is the pelvis. And then maybe...
Ooh.
Maybe that comes out like that. And then they could be...
Chatting someone up.
Like leaning up against something. Hey, baby. I don't know. You know what I like? But like this would be the bean, right? And so the bean is just a visualization of the torso with the bend and the stretch and the center line, just like that. So that's my teacher. So well, you're my teacher, so I'll do 150 beans based on angles. Yeah, and the pillows are really great as well. I would say do some pillows. And make it feel like the pillow is a character where it's doing different things, right? Like maybe you can go, oh yeah, the pillow's so happy. He finally got a streaming computer. So he's like, yeah. And he's like jumping. And this side is bent. And he's jumping off of his little tippy toe. Cute. And maybe, maybe this side is like that. And then there's like a little star up here or something. Yippee!
Everybody's like, Snaz says, wait, hold on. Snaz says, never do that again.
Do what again?
Hey, baby.
Oh. Don't worry, I won't. Not for free, at least.
No. It's just silly when you do that.
There you go. There's the bean, right? And you do just dozens and dozens of those and try to utilize that bend and stretch in order to represent the different pieces of those, like that. So, so as far as the bean, right? As a recap, the bean is a simple representation of the bend and the stretch and the direction of the torso. Number 2, it's derived from a more broad design principle called simple and complex, which makes things easy to understand for your brain when there's something to look at, but then there's also an area to rest. And number 3, hey baby, I don't know, I don't remember. I guess there's no number 3, just those 2.
Draw a girl going like, I don't know.
Like this. How would you draw that? Would it be like? See, there's the bean, and she'd be like
one leg down, one leg up. Yeah, like that. And then she'd have her arms like this.
Like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cute. That's heckin' good. And then
There you
draw
go.
some hearts.
This leg's kind of short. Here, I'll just do this.
That's good enough.
Yeah, whatever.
I ship them.
There you go.
Should we do the Roblox smirk? Yep.
There you go. And then what if I just take this face?
My reaction when people show their whips for the challenge and I see one of my OCs. Oh.
There you go. Even though the bean's intersecting that.
These pillows are awesome, Tiva Doodle says.
But yeah, it's just a really simple exercise that people use. I could grab my iPad and give you and show you some pillows that I did in the past as exercises.
Do it.
Here you go. You can sit here now.
Okay.
I gotta go grab it. I don't even know where it is.
All right. See you, Tilly.
There it is.
Okay.
What? Maybe it's in my Procreate or something. I don't think I saved them. Procreate.
Maybe
Oh, here they are. All right. So here's some simple pillows. Here's some of the simple pillows that I did a long time ago, and this is in my Procreate. So this one's hiding.
Oh.
Right, his little tush
I thought
is
he
in
was
the
like
air.
laying on his back.
So he's like, This one's like sneaking and looking around, and you can see you got the bend on this side and the stretch on that side. And this one's really sad. He just his girlfriend broke up with him. Give him a moment.
No.
Yep. And this one's like death kick. And this one's like and then this one's like about to. I don't even know what he's doing, honestly, but you can feel it.
He looks like you can feel something. He's doing something.
Yeah. Here's
could be
one where he's
running.
trying to stop. He was running so fast, and I was like, "Whoa, a cliff!"
I really like that one. Hold up. Just appreciate that little cloud.
This one, oh no, this one is.
No.
That one's insane. That one's intense. He's getting absolutely. He got.
He got clocked.
Yeah. This one.
I gotta work out.
Yeah.
Gotta lose this flab.
But look, even the punching bag has a bend and stretch. Ponytails.
Yeah.
Why am I not good at this ponytails anymore?
I don't know, because you haven't
Didn't
practiced.
make sense to it. Why am I not that good at ponytails anymore? This one's sneaking again. This one's like laying on the ground and kind of like, save me.
I wish they could see your face.
What?
I
Oh,
wish
they
they could
can't
see
see
your
my
face.
face.
Yeah.
Usually they can.
Yeah.
Dang, maybe we need to swap
Maybe we need to
cameras
swap
again.
cameras again.
Ugh. And then that one's actually celebrating like the one that I just drew recently.
Yippee!
I don't even know what that one's doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's like,
Aww.
oh, this one's like,
Like,
no.
like pleading, like,
You know, will you draw my OC?
will you draw my OC, please?
But yeah, that's just some examples of pillows. Like this is a very common assignment. A lot of animation students do this.
Yeah.
And it's all based on the same principles of the bean.
Aicho just says Colton got headless. Headless?
Headless.
Can you send these to me, Fox says?
You wouldn't be able to afford them. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll send them to you.
Secretary. She's trying to do her job.
Okay. Because she's a secretary. That's a good argument. I used volume 1 of your books to help with my hands challenge this week. Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna draw elf tier, but I'm gonna do a side profile because I'm kind of lazy.
Christina saved you.
What?
Fox. I was not gonna send it.
You should help me draw just a bit better, so appreciation for that. Oh, thank you.
Share.
I love the character. She's so pretty. She is pretty. It's Mickey Beaky.
Yes. Save image. There we go. I haven't turned on my iPad in a while. I haven't used it.
Now I feel like her Tira's elf form would probably be very long hair as well, but maybe actually a bit more straight. You know, I think that'd be really interesting.
Fox knows that this question gets asked enough that she's like, I need to save this image for later.
Mm-hmm. I feel like her ears would be a lot more downturned. I feel like she would have a
stream
low
helped me draw
ponytail.
just a bit better, so appreciation for that. Awesome. I am glad. What type of pencil do you guys use or recommend? I'm guessing you mean the brush. You can get that for free on the linky on our profile or on our Discord server. Restart. Thank you for the follow. Panowie Belt. Thank you for the... I don't even know how to say that exactly. Pano. Thank you for the follow. This is Procreate on the iPad.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it'd be kind of cute to have a challenge where it's like, oh, draw your OCs as elves or something.
I finished Tori's character for the challenge yesterday.
Wow,
Not
I
yesterday, the
need
day
to
before.
draw the challenge today. We skipped yesterday, and now I'm having withdrawals.
Yeah, I drew Valentine. I always wanted to draw Valentine. Oh, I also drew Psyche. And then I drew Valentine the other day as well.
My
This one
OCs are
right
elves.
here.
Oh, that's right. I thought they were fairies.
Valentine. I really like Valentine.
I would draw Domino and Ruth as elves. Ooh.
I drew Chucky, and I drew Diana and Nate. I gotta add shoulders to Nate though. Now that I decided to do like upper body.
It's like changing, like upping the bar.
Psyche. We need an elf challenge.
I agree. Oh, she would have like really pretty earrings that are like.
Any type of
dainty.
iPad pencil? I think it's the Apple Pencil Pro,
Apple
but it only works on certain iPads. Make sure if you're gonna get an Apple Pencil, it's compatible with the iPad you have.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing tutorials and tips today? Yes. We haven't really gotten another question yet, so right now I'm kind of just drawing and stuff. But feel free to ask more questions.
Yeah. What cup is that? Lunatic.
We keep forgetting to contact.
No. Wait. Is that from today?
What? What?
Is this all from
Oh,
today?
yeah, that is from.
Lunatic. All right. So Lunatic decided to send a meteor shower. I've never even seen one before.
I think I've seen one before.
That's a 3,000. That's 3 galaxies.
I feel like
worth.
I have seen that one before.
Have you?
I feel like I
That's
have.
wild. And
That
then
is
another
wild.
galaxy and another galaxy and another galaxy and another galaxy. Lunatic, you are... I mean,
You
I
are
say
so
this every
generous.
time, but you're living up to your name, honestly. That's ridiculous. I don't even... You know, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support and for showing up and hanging out. You better be on our 12-hour stream on Friday because we're going to be having a lot of fun.
Yes.
You need to do a character looking up.
Yeah, I can do a character looking up.
I'm called Lunatic for a reason. You absolutely are.
Okay, let me.
That's
just
wild.
draw this.
Thank you. Yes, I am. I'm off Friday. Nice. What do you even do for a living, Lunatic? Are you like a surgeon or something?
Surgeon or doctor? Are you a lawyer? Are
Maybe
you
a
law?
lawyer. Maybe one like a really big
like, are you
case
like a
against
manager?
Amazon.
Okay, head looking up. The simplest way to do it is to kind of just draw a head as if they were like facing towards you.
On Friday, I thought it was Saturday, buddy. We're streaming Friday and Saturday, but Saturday is a 12-hour stream. Did I say it wrong? Can we see what Lunatic sent? Lunatic sent a meteor shower and 4 galaxies on,
4 galaxies.
on TikTok. I don't know if there's any other way to show them.
So here,
Package your Amazon packages and put them neatly in trucks for a living. Okay, he's a CIA member.
what? It's funny.
That's fun.
So here, I basically just drew a front view head. Well, all I changed was I changed the guidelines. So in a front view facing head, your features kind of move up. Hold on, let me think. When you are looking up, your features also kind of move up a little bit. So here's kind of like a normal state, where this is where your proportions are. Here's your nose, here's your mouth, here's your eyes. But when your character's looking up a little bit, your nose and your eyes get closer together, and your mouth is slightly farther away because of a little bit of the perspective shift. So here, now all you have to do is just make it look like they're looking up at something. So that would mean make their eyes look up.
She, I'm a woman. Oh, lunatic.
Huh?
Lunatic is a girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just realized?
I didn't know that. I never
I did
read.
the persona. The persona's a girl.
I wasn't even there. Remember I was out. I was doing something else while you were doing everybody's personas. I was like in the kitchen doing something.
No.
Personas?
It was her watercolor.
The watercolor?
The one with the really fluffy blue hair.
Okay. I didn't realize that was a persona. Maybe I did and I forgot.
I think you forgot.
Well, I know now. Awesome. Benjibi, hello. How you doing?
So now all you have to do is just make the character look up at something so it looks more convincing. And notice the distance between the mouth and the chin has increased a lot more. Now, can you shorten it a little bit? Oh yeah, for sure. It'll still look good. But this is like the simplest way to draw the head looking up without losing your mind. I find that this is often the head angle that I do a lot of the time, because very rarely will you see something that's like a super extreme angle. But of course everyone wants to draw that angle, even though you probably will rarely draw it. At that point,
you see this one a lot.
You see this one a lot. A lot of people want to do this one, the extreme angle.
Bread, awesome, bro. I need to try some of your bread sometime.
Ooh. A lot of people just want to do this extreme angle for some reason. I think they're just masochists or something. But all you will really see for this one is the nose coming out. So the reason why it's difficult is because the head is not like... The head has a lot of dimension. It's kind of like... So it's a... Let me think.
All right, couple of questions.
Go ahead.
What application would you recommend if there's people who can't use or install Procreate? I'm not sure. I just use Photoshop and Procreate mostly.
Yeah.
I hear Clip Studio's really good. Hey, Mysol.
Hey.
Awesome. Tutorial on how to draw clothes with beads and pearls on it, like
Ooh.
a Pakistani dress. Any suggestions on how to practice better anatomy?
Pakistani
We
dress.
gotta draw
I'm curious.
torso anatomy question. If you have computer, Krita is amazing. People are recommending Krita. Advice? What?
Oh, okay. How to draw like a detailed dress like this.
Well, that's sort of
That's
so
so
gorgeous.
pretty. Oh my gosh. I would love to do this kind of stuff.
That's
All right,
really nice.
I can tackle it. I want to try.
Good advice for side profiles. Lunatic asked about side profiles.
You did? Okay. Side profiles? Wow, this person's neck is basically broken. Whatever.
Oh, just looking very up.
He's just looking very high up. He's like Vegeta going like, yeah.
You are not Super Saiyan. He's like,
All right. Side view.
Side view. Side view head fits inside of a square.
Yes. If I can even draw a square. Is this a square?
A little bit taller than a square.
Wait, oh, you mean like my square's a little bit taller than a
Yeah.
square? Okay. Like that.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. Here you do it, because I feel like I'm a bit confused on how you would do the square thing.
It's just a side profile generally fits inside of a square, right?
Oh.
And then you can
Yeah.
do that, and the ears like there. I didn't
Yeah.
draw an ear,
That's,
but-
yeah.
Just bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
The chin comes down to the bottom.
This one comes to the top. Here's the back of the head. I feel like it's really wide.
A lot of people represent the side view of a head inside of a square.
Yeah.
Where is it? That's the giant skull. All I have is the giant skull. Oh, there's the little skull.
Little skull.
Yep. So that skull fits inside of a square for the most part.
Okay. Okay.
The bounding box.
Yeah, the bounding box is basically a square.
Mm-hmm.
I was also
And
including
then the ears in the middle.
yeah, ears in the middle.
And then the nose sticks out.
Yeah, nose sticks out. For the most part, I think for a really simple side profile, just draw the mask kind of sloping down. So rather than going down to a straight line like this, it's curved. And then all you have to do is just add the nose in the middle. That's like a super simple one. And then after that, everything's kind of just self-explanatory. Because you got the nose coming out, you got your brow ridge up top, and this you can simplify with either like a mound.
Percy, I know what you mean. Oh, no! I looked up and I saw this galaxy floating on our screen. Look. No more. Thank you very much, Lunatic. That's wild. That's ridiculous. It's wild. No, this is more than the other day.
Cranium. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, wait. One more thing about the side profile is that your eyes are actually a lot more inset. So a lot of people tend to put the eyes like at the edge.
I don't have my stream deck set up. I don't have the...
No.
Hold up. Let me go find it.
They try to put the eyes at the edge of the face right here, but that's actually not really where it's situated. It's actually more receded because if you look at your skull right here, your eye, you have like an eye socket.
There, I had to manually open it. Thank you, Lunatic.
You have your eye socket right here, and your eyeball goes in the eye socket, but it's also inset, so it's not bulging outside of the eye socket. It's kind of rested inside. So that means the eye will actually be nestled in a little bit more.
That Lunatic L sure is very generous. Yeah, really appreciate it. That's wild. Can we get some W's in the chat for Lunatic? I better see a bunch of W's because that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
The one rose to start deceptively.
So yeah, that's like a really quick side profile. And once again, there's obviously multiple ways to simplify the mouth. Some people push both lips out and they overlap them. I think a lot of people also tend to forget that the lower lip goes in and then out again into the chin. So don't forget that. That's one way to simplify the mouth. Another way to simplify the mouth is you push out the upper lip and then leave this simple, but you want to make sure that the chin is curved out just a little bit more. That's a more like simplified, kind of more feminine way to stylize a side profile. And then you can add a little bit of lip on the bottom right here. What app do you recommend if there's people who can't install Procreate?
You mean on the iPad?
On the iPad.
I don't know. I've actually never. Oh.
I thought some people were saying Krita.
My bad, chat. It wasn't plugged in all the way.
Oh. Yeah, actually, Rose Sketches was talking about like, oh, maybe you didn't plug it in all the way, but I thought you did.
I plugged it in all the way, and then I unplugged it and replugged it back in, but then I didn't plug it in all the way.
Oh.
Hold up, I gotta do that again. Now it's still not working. Hold up. I wonder where it's plugged in.
I think Lewis, all you really need to do is just keep doing it. Like once you know the proportions, you keep measuring every single time. So like for me, once I know my proportions, I'm doing this like hundreds and hundreds of times. I'm like, okay, is this halfway? Is there like, here's a brow ridge. Is this halfway? Okay, there it is, there it is. And I just keep doing it over and over. So if I want to keep guessing, I won't construct. I'll be like, okay, I think it's like here, maybe, and here, and here, and okay, I don't know what to do, and that is dangerous for the plate to be there.
Yeah. I was climbing on the table.
So I think right now, this seems really redundant, but the more you do it, the more you actually can see like, okay, you won't have to use this anymore later on because you've done it so many times that you know where everything's placed. So I would just say if you know the proportional system, keep using it no matter what, because it's not bad to use guidelines. It's not bad to keep practicing. So you will get it. It just takes a lot of time. The deceptive thing is that people who are trained make things look a lot simpler, and I understand that. When I draw really fast, and I draw really simply. At least it looks simple, but a lot of it is just through a bunch of repetition. And by the way, my side profiles from even in 2020 were not as good as this because I didn't really understand that part either until I took a head drawing class. Yeah, Poppy is having her beauty sleep. Thank you. Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, I just started thinking of side profiles like a challenge or kind of like a game. So rather than being like, this doesn't look right. But it was more like, it doesn't look right, but I'm gonna try again and try to get it right as much as possible. And then I would also have reference of the style that I want, so that when I draw it again, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to make it look like this. and it becomes more like a really fun, addicting game. That's how I kind of survived the feeling of not feeling good enough. Is I treat it like a game. How do I draw a child in anime style? Oh, that's a fun one. I don't really have those questions very often. A child is basically like a chibi, but a little bit chubbier and not as squishy. So I would, start drawing a cranium, first of all. The cranium of a child is much bigger than that of an adult, and that is because the chin is a lot shorter. So if you look at a chin for an adult, chin's longer, therefore, it stretches out the face, and it makes the cranium look smaller. But for a kid, if my chin is right over here, it makes the cranium look really big in comparison. So what I like to do is I'll shorten the chin. Kitty!
I felt a little kitty. Hi, baby.
Oh, yes. Oh, come here.
Up you go. Kitty!
Kitty, hi, baby. You're so tired.
Oh.
Did you just wake up from a nap?
Well, she has space to walk around now.
It's Poppy! Pakistani clothes?
Yes, Pakistani clothes. Let me write that down because I really want to try it. Pakistani clothes.
When you're drawing any outfits with a bunch of
Details,
beads, decorations, a lot of the time you want to group. So like instead of drawing each individual bead or item, you can create, like, try to draw a texture that implies a bunch of them. That's generally what people do when they do detailed things.
Yeah. Can I see the child face from the front view? It would basically be the same thing. Here's the front view. What I would do for a front view for a child face is I'll start off with the circle, and I'll try to find the middle as best as I can. Once again, treat every step like a game. Be like, okay, I'm going to try to draw a circle the best I can. And then it's like trying to be like, okay, I'm going to do the best I can, and if it doesn't look good, I'll just move on and just try harder on the next one. And then here it's like, okay, I'm going to try to get it as much in the center as I can. Now I'm going to start with one side. So for a kid, my chin, it can really go anywhere. It can go like really, really tiny like this, or a little bit longer. Depends on how mature the kid is. But if you want like a toddler, for example, I would say about here is fine. I look at the distance between the bottom of the circle and the chin itself, and I'll be like, does that feel right to me? Then that's fine. And I'm also trying to imagine this finished product already in my head to kind of give like a gauge of like the next steps ahead on what to do. And then here I make the face really chubby. So I turn, I draw the, oh, hi kitty. I draw the lines towards the face. I have it angled diagonally, and then I have this part bulge out. This is like the little chubby cheeks. You want to really emphasize that. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. Now, does this face look a little bit long? Me personally, it does feel a little bit long, so I'm gonna go ahead and adjust it. I'm gonna move this and make it even shorter. Okay? And then this is where the fun part starts. Fun part starts when you start adding in features, and with kids, really, kids for noses and mouths for kids are very small, especially for this style. Because most of the room is taken up by the eyes and the brows. So what I would do is I would determine how big of the eyes do I want first, and then the noses and mouths comes after. So generally for your traditional cute anime kid, you want your nose kind of towards the bottom of the eyes, and then the mouth kind of following after. If it gets any lower, or if the nose and the mouth are too far away, it's gonna look awkward.
Lunatic, thank you for the heart me as well.
Oh,
And
thank you.
Papaya,
Oh,
thank you for the rose.
papaya.
WW Lunatic WWW. How much are galaxies? Mysel asked. Aren't they like $20 or something? Girlies cracked.
Huh?
Yes, I think they are. Yeah, like legit.
What?
Lunatic is absolutely wild.
Yep.
And guess what?
What?
A galaxy is 1,000 coins. A meteor shower is 3,000. So it's a triple. It's basically a triple galaxy.
Wow.
That's absolutely wild. And Zuzugaki. Thank you. The Jake tier. Oh my gosh.
Jake tier, yay!
Chat.
It's not Rake tier, it's Jake tier.
We got a Jake tier member on the YT.
Yippee!
Give a big warm welcome to Zuzugaki. Am I saying it right? Jake Tier.
That's awesome.
Hello, Booty Shaker 800.
Hello.
Not to be confused with Booty Shaker 9000.
Yep, that's right.
Cousins.
Right. By the way, we also have a chibi art class, which basically covers faces like this. If you want like a start to drawing anime, but you don't really want to go super crazy with it, the chibis are a great way to start. And we actually have that on our profile. So you can go check that out. We have a list of classes that we've also built.
Yep. The chibi class is great. We got some people going through it right now. Been watching while doing some sketch of my own. Wanted to do a proper thank you as it's helpful here. Awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, if you want to join a cool community, you can join our Discord server. There's actually a 12-hour long live stream coming up on Saturday, this Saturday. So everybody's working on challenges right now that are going to be showcased on the 12-hour stream, and it's going to be really fun.
So here's an example of a student that is taking our chibi art class. And they're pretty far along. They're in
that's Amy Lily's
That's Amy Lily's work. And she basically drew the same character that I drew, and she's following along, and she's doing a really, really, really good job. In fact, I'm so impressed. I can't even tell the difference.
Lito, hello. Yeah,
it's
that's
super cute.
so cute. Yes, I'm working on a monthly collab right now. Awesome, Artemis. We got a bunch of people following as well. We got Glep Pupusas. Thank you, Pupusas. Emma.
Pupusas?
Yeah. Poopusas.
Oh, okay.
Pupusas. Emma, thank you for the follow. Daryl, thank you for the follow.
I was thinking the food.
Sleepy, thank you for the follow. Jane. Sid. Rose. Yayanes. Yay. Is that how you say it? Yayanes. Thank you for the follow as well. Another follow as well. Meow Fav.
Such a contrast.
I love expanding my
Your vocabulary.
the amount of sounds my mouth can make by
Meow,
reading chat
meow,
members'
meow.
names.
All right, we'll do a Pakistani dress
I
tutorial.
sneeze down, my throat hurts. I hate it when that happens.
They can either be the best feeling in the world or
Yes.
just the worst.
By the way, if you are new here today, give us a shout out in chat. Say hi. We will say hi back. We used to do this all the time. Now we only do it sometimes.
But we should do it more often.
The regulars like to get attention and pretend they're new, but they're actually not.
Yep.
Haru, thank you for the follow. Just like that. Totally new? Yes, for sure. If you wanna stick around and hang out and then pretend you're new later, that's totally fine as well. Hi Ari.
Hey,
I'm
Ari.
actually new. Tiva Doodles, hello.
Tiva Doodles. Yeah, I've never seen you before, so I believe you.
Yeah, so anybody new on the YT, did you just see us on your homepage? Like how did you
Yeah.
find us? I'm actually quite interested.
I'm very interested as well.
Haru, hello.
Because YouTube is going to be our new home.
Very new, yes, Artemis. We are new to this stream. Blame Lunatic. Oh, Lunatic sent ya?
Oh, really?
No way.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That's awesome.
Oh.
Found you a few weeks ago on homepage on YT. Awesome. Hey, Space Girl. Yes, saw you on my For You page. Awesome. Followed you guys on my alt, but yes, you guys popped up on my FYP, and I was so excited to see. Ooh,
Oh, thank you guys.
Ash says, found you on TikTok first. Actually, that's how I found out you were live. Nice.
Oh.
Can I join? Join what?
Join what? A community?
The community? Yes. We have a linky in our profile. You can also send us a message asking for the Discord invite if you're on TikTok. On the YT channel, if you want to join the community, you can just go to the description. Or you can just go to drawanime.com and the Discord invite is on there. Where's that draw anime link?
Oh. Right here. Drawanime.com.
That's your link. You can get the Discord invite. You can get the brush. You can check out our classes, all that kind of stuff. Only 3 weeks new. Watched one of your drawing help videos and showed me you were live. Awesome.
Nice.
Can I join the live? You are
on the live.
You are currently on the live.
Unless you mean the
Huh?
on our channel, our YouTube channel.
Sid, hello. Love the Discord. Awesome. Any simple tips for drawing hands I keep messing up? Hi, you guys popped up on my FYP as well. Hello, Krissa.
Hey.
I like that.
Cute name.
That's a good name. Jinda, hello.
Don't mind if we steal it sometime.
Yes, I
For an
absolutely love that
OC.
name. We struggle with faces. They always come out flat and ugly. How can I fix this? Saw your art and
Do a
really
lot of
enjoy
form
it.
drawing.
Form drawing, yes.
Form drawing.
Multi-guest live? Now we don't really do multi-guest lives.
So I'm gonna do a little bit on the Pakistani dress really quick.
What?
What?
Itzuna, welcome to the
Itzuna.
Tira tier.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal,
Wait
Tira.
a second, how much is Tira tier?
I don't remember.
I don't remember even our tiers because we're so used to the Ray and the Jake tier.
It's been so long.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What is the Tira tier? The Tira tier is like pretty amazing.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing.
We don't have a Miki Biki tier.
Yeah, because Miki Biki is only the $500.
Yeah, I made like a $500 tier on.
I feel like that should have been Jake.
On the YT channel. No way. Yeah, I'll never see a Miki in my life. That's so sad.
Exactly.
Why did I do that?
I don't know.
Feel free. I'd be honored. Awesome, Carissa.
That's so.
We need one of the secretaries to write down the name Krissa.
Is
We're
it
gonna give
C-H-R-I-S-S-A? Or is it K-R-I-I?
Crissa.
Oh, C-R-I-S-S. Oh, that's such a good name.
So one of the secretaries. Does anybody want to write down Krissa spelled that way for a future OC to give away?
Ooh, to give away. Yeah. It's gonna be a pretty.
Came here from TikTok a few weeks ago, and I'm not leaving. Love y'all art. Awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Fawn.
Thank you,
Roz,
Fawn.
I'm in the community. Kritscan, hello, welcome. Itzuna, yeah, and Zuzugaki. Awesome.
That is so sweet, guys.
You both motivated me to draw more and more, so that's a thank you. Aw, appreciate it.
That is so nice.
Trying to build my new desk chair. It's not going well. Well, I can't help you with it, but I am glad that we can be on in the background while you struggle.
That's like me being emotional support for you when you were setting up your PC yesterday.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We set up the PC, and it looks awesome. I'll show you guys what the PC looks like.
At night.
At night. This is what it looks like. And yes, it is. It does literally look exactly like this. It's
with more
completely
pink.
purple, and all the lights were off. It's a little bit pinker than this. But there it is. We got it all set up.
Drawing JJK characters, honestly, I would say just keep doing it.
Is it a work PC or gaming? It's built as a gaming PC, but it's a work PC for us.
Oh, no problem, Kendo. All right.
It's on my first AMD graphics card. I've only had NVIDIA up to this point.
Right.
Don't know how to draw harms. What is harms?
I don't know what arms, probably.
I don't know. Look, the font. I don't know how to draw harms. Clavy. Funny.
All right,
AMD are pretty reliable and cheaper. Yeah, they supposedly got really well. Yeah, arms.
So this is how I would start, like, kind of breaking down the detail when it comes to a dress like this. I would squint my eyes first because it's very deceiving. Detail's very deceiving because you always want to look at the detail, right? Is it not focused?
It's not focused.
It's not focused?
You
Oh,
have
it's
to,
not focused.
You have to manually go and focus it. There you
Is
go.
that focused now? Okay.
Pink together. We're
Yeah.
pink together.
We are pink together.
Yeah.
Yay!
What's the website called? Drawanime.com.
Yes.
So
Drawanime.com.
you would squint your eyes, and then basically you realize that it's very low contrast, meaning there's not a lot of dark colors, there's not a lot of like crazy light and dark. Everything's kind of just blended together. It's very subtle. So when you're drawing detail like this, especially for a lighter outfit like this, I would really recommend, what are the things that you see the most? I see this shape right here, and that is my main shape. The rest is kind of just noise. This is my main shape that I'm going to focus on. That's kind of like simple. And then I look at this right here because this is a very iconic pattern. So this is something that I will look at as well. So that's why I kind of listed it down in here. And when it comes to detail like this, one way that you can do it is you can draw some detail on the side as practice. So if I were to draw this right here, I can do it a few ways. I can basically either go all in and just draw every single. Hi, kitty. I can just draw every single circle like that, but that would take forever and that would make my arm hurt a lot. But that's one way to do it.
Poppy.
Another way that I would do it is I could shade it to make it so that this feels like a block of detail, and then I would go in with white and I would just start.
She's walking on the desk. She's walking all over us. Poppy, you think you own this place?
The website ain't popping up.
It will if you type it into your browser.
Yes, type it into your browser on Safari or Google Chrome or whatever.
You're so cute.
What?
So another thing I would do is I would use squiggles. You
How
know, that's
dare you
another
go
way to
back there.
get really quick details, but also also has a lot of density. So this one right here feels very dense because it's high contrast. It's really dark lines on a very white surface. This, on the other hand, it's like a very gray background, but the white is on top, so it feels like there's a bit more stuff going on and happening.
Tier. Wow. Thank you, Itzuna. Really appreciate it.
So that's what I would do.
Not Itzuna. Yes, Itzuna. Yes,
Itzuna,
that's who it
thank
was.
you.
There were two. Yes, thank you, Itzuna and Zuzugaki. Honestly, I would love to get more YT channel members.
I would,
That's
yeah.
like the big one that we want to
That
build
is a
over
big
time.
one. Mm-hmm.
So if y'all want to show your support, we would love it if you went and became a member on our YouTube channel.
Yep. So, whoever's having trouble with it, make sure you're spelling it correctly. Drawanime.com and put it, you know where you type in to press google.com? That's where you type in drawanime.com. And that's where it's going to pop in. And it's not, you don't search it on TikTok. You search it on a browser.
Oh, Crits, I got a notification thanking me for being an original supporter.
Oh,
yes, awesome.
How nice.
Honestly, Crits, I'm really glad that you stuck around. You've been around here for a long time now.
You
That's
have.
wild. A lot of OGs.
In fact, I would even go in and take.
Sleep is calling my name Artemis. Awesome. Chronically Insane. Hello, welcome. Are you? Oh, wait, I already asked if you're coming to the stream on Saturday. Of course you are.
Of course
Maybe.
she is.
Toe fungus. Recently look at muscles in the arm and there's so many it's overwhelming. Yeah, a lot of the time they'll just simplify them into groups.
Yeah.
There's like top arm muscles, bottom arm muscles, and then the lower arm kind of spins around a little bit and that's it.
Yeah. So another thing
Grouping them would help a lot.
about this part right here is this is very iconic, but I don't want to draw all that. So what I'll do is I'll draw this pattern, but instead I'll break up the line. So it feels textured, but it also feels like there's stuff going on, right? Now, from far away, it looks more detailed. And I would do the same thing with the rest.
Hello, Bao. Para, thank you for the follow.
Thank you. And at this point for this kind of dress, since everything is just so like mishmashy, I can always define the details later, but right now I don't have to. So all I'll have to do is just scribble.
Yumikui, hello.
Maybe some parts I'll be a little bit more clear.
Do y'all do animations or just drawings? We mostly just teach 2D art.
Yep.
We don't really teach any animation. We teach like art foundation, like perspective, composition, anatomy, figure drawing, posing, heads, faces, hair expressions, perspective, backgrounds, painting, color theory. We teach all that kind of stuff, but we don't teach any animation.
No.
But if you want to learn animation, I do have a friend of mine who has an animation channel where he teaches.
Sometimes another thing that artists like to do is they actually like to make certain details bigger. So rather than drawing like a bunch of circles, they just enlarge the detail because it's just too much effort to draw. So if you notice in like anime characters and they have a very intricate dress, the original design of the dress, like let's say I'm doing the sleeve here, the original design may look like this. Like in the realistic reference, right? Have all these crazy intricate stuff.
Kitty.
But in anime style,
Kitty, hi baby. You're so silly today.
but maybe in an anime style, like in a character reference, maybe they'll be like, okay, you know what? We're just gonna simplify it to this. It achieves the same goal. It's just not as a nightmare to draw. Maybe they'll just imply more like
Kitty!
streaks.
She's so chill right now.
She
She's
is
just
really
like,
chill.
whatever. I'll do what I want to do. Don't you dare go on that table.
So that's something that I would think about when it comes to drawing detailed dresses like this. Y'all, I don't use texture brushes in Call It a Day.
Huh?
I don't really use textured brushes. Like I don't use like a lace texture brush. I find that I don't know. I don't really do it that much. I never really even think about it. I just like to draw it. So.
This brush does have a texture,
Sure.
though. What are you
It does have a
doing,
texture.
Poppy? You're crazy.
Kitty,
Oh
you wanna
yes,
be comfortable.
you want to get more comfy.
So if I want to color this, but I want to maintain like the daintiness of this, I would fill this all in with one value, meaning just one tone first.
Face placement is my biggest problem, honestly. Yeah.
It is
get
hard.
that.
Kitty,
And then I
Supported
would go
less than a
in.
month ago, chat. Original supporter.
Sometimes it's how it is, isn't it, Poppy?
It kind of is just only one tone. The details are kind of making things a little bit darker. So I think for this, all I would need to do, all these sketches, all this noise right here is actually already creating some sort of shadow tones. So I wouldn't really even need to start shading this. I would just leave it like this. But maybe some areas, like here, where I want people to see, I'll make it a little bit lighter, perhaps. And maybe this, I can make this a little bit of a different color.
You're so
Or different
comfy, aren't
tone. And maybe this can be like gold, perhaps. Different texture. Textures are really fun because you can, once again, imply detail, but you can change the material, and it makes it look a lot more fancy than it would originally.
You should see this kitty. She's just looking up.
Yeah.
She's just like,
I love it when she does that.
I love
It's
it
the
too.
Cutest. She's so sweet. Oh, so cute.
Kitty. And it's gonna look great with glittery stuff on some areas. Yes, for sure. So if I want to add glittery areas, I can choose with a very, very light brush, and I'll be like, okay, where do I want to add the glittery areas? Maybe there's some jewels in this section right here. So I would go in and just boop,
there
kind of
she
just
is.
dab it.
All
in the
on
design.
So TikTok can see Pop.
Once again, you're trying to imply detail. You're not trying to draw all the detail. You're not trying to prove to everyone that you can draw detail. You're just showing people like what you're really thinking about, right? Quickly. So these really like bright spots to me look like jewels. You know, here, like maybe there's like, if I want to draw pearls in here, all I have to do is make this part solid now and even, because pearls are solid. They're not glittery. They're not like fluctuating. So, and they're also very consistent. So this looks like pearls. This looks like jewels. Does that make sense? Yeah, you basically have just know how to manage the detail enough that you want people to know what you're drawing. So these are pearls. This is pearl. Maybe this part here could be like a gold texture.
I always think like, how would Will Weston teach it?
Yeah.
So section off different areas of the outfit and treat them like individually like little shapes.
Yeah.
So like this shape right here that Christina's working on is like a strip at the bottom,
The
right?
strip. Yep.
Ooh, yes.
And I'm separating it through value as well. So this is one value, which is a light gray. This is much darker. That's separated. That's part of detail as well.
Hi, baby.
Sorry, cat's distracting us.
You have any tips for drawing for bows? Oh, she loves drawing bows.
I love drawing bows. I do.
Hello, Azur.
I love drawing bows. Bows, think of it like, okay, have you ever looked at those bow tie pastas? There's three components, maybe two. No, it's two components. It's a strip of cloth that wraps around another strip of cloth, and the strip of cloth is bent. Okay, let me think. You have a strip of cloth, right? Think about, I would say tie a ribbon yourself and see how it comes up. You have a loop on one side, loops on one side, and a loop on the other, and then you have another strip overlapping these two right here. And then generally there's going to be some tension folds right in here. There's a bow. And then of course there's going to be some trail ends, and this can, you can really make it short. You can make it short like this, or you can make it a little bit longer and maybe tapered. Depends on the vibe, but that's one ribbon. You can make it a lot fancier by, adding multiple ribbons and stuff, or maybe like a double layer. Like I've definitely seen one pattern of ribbon that the back layer looks like this, the inside layer looks like this, and it makes it more complex, but it's really cool, and I really like it.
Yeah, if you're gonna do a double ribbon, chat, pay really close attention to this shape that's created in here between the first ribbon and the second ribbon. This specific shape, this dark one.
Ooh, yeah, I'll
You
shape
want to
those
make sure
up
that shape looks good. You can see that the one Christina drew looks really good.
Oh, thank you.
Just like that. There's going to be this shape that appears, and if you have heard us talk about design before, if this shape is uneven, right? Like if you're making a shape, this comes in as well when you're drawing hair. If you draw a curve like this, if I draw another curve that's exactly the same, like this, it's not very interesting. But if I start to vary that curve, and maybe I make it a less intense curve, and this shape inside of here gets uneven, like it's not always the same width. So let's just go like, maybe like that. You'll notice that it starts kind of close together, it moves far away, and the apex, which is where this shape peaks right here, they're different. So the apex on the bottom is like right here, and the apex on the top is right here. If those are like staggered, if those aren't even lined up with each other, that's like the basis for shape design. And this is what like professional artists use to make anything look good that they draw. All right? So this applies here as well. If these shapes are uneven and you have variation in the distance between this inside shape and this outside shape, then that will make your shapes look much more interesting. And it goes beyond the subject matter. It's about shapes, all right? So just always think in terms of, are my shapes uneven? Are they symmetrical? How can I break this up? How can I make it not exactly the same on both sides? Just altering it a little bit here, a little bit there. That'll make things really
and if you want to draw eyes, it's the same process.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could turn this into an eye.
Oh, hey, it finally started working again.
Yeah.
Chat probably heard that one.
So like, let's say I want to turn this into an eye. Well, I would be like, okay, so this is the corner of my eye. This is the inner corner of my eye. This is the outer corner of my eye. Maybe this is the lash line. And this already has a very interesting shape. And all I really need to do is add in the lower lid.
That could also be a really nice mustache shape too.
It really would.
But yeah.
And so here, I'm also making sure that this curve is playing into this curve. And you know, how do those two curves look together? That feels really interesting. Maybe I'll accentuate this curve a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then you got your...
Turn that into an eye.
Turn that
That's
into
a good
an
looking
eye.
eye.
It is a good looking eye because it's a good looking shape.
Yeah.
But as long so eyes have, and I'll cover how to shade bows really quick. But you got your inner corner of the eye, you got your outer corner of the eye, and you got the middle. And the shape can sometimes look like a modified version of a rhombus. You can just soften the edges, or you can make it a little bit longer, or make it a little bit rounder as well. You can make it so that this part is really round, this part gets really sloped. Still has the shape, still has this kind of shape, but it's a little bit altered. Hey Callista. All right, so how to shade a bow. You're basically shading cylinders, or ribbons as well. Generally, if you want like a very simple ribbon, is you would have shadows in the corners or in the creases, a shadow generally where the form is turning away. So that would generally be on the bottom or on the top, whichever where you want to put your light. Sometimes you'll have a turning edge depending on your texture. So like if this is a silk bow, it's going to be a little bit more reflective, but also kind of soft.
Holy
You'll
moly,
have-
Poppy, you're going oh.
Bazonkers. Poppy is
She's snuggling with
snuggling with the microphone. Here.
Chat probably hears that. It's like, you can hear it, can't you?
I don't know. I can't hear it. I can't hear
That little, what? She's pulling my hair, not my hair, my earphones out.
it. And now she's stepping on my earphones. Well,
Awesome, your help is teaching me so much. Yes. I know I say this all the time, and a lot of you probably won't understand it right now, but if you want to become a professional artist, shape is everything.
shape is literally
And
everything.
it's almost like, think about shape as like the tune of a song and the subject matter as the lyrics. Like the song is still catchy even if it doesn't have words. Poppy, you're gonna be yanking my headphones out, aren't you?
Cute little paw beans.
All right, so a good shape, you could turn it into an eye, you could turn it into a head, you could turn it into a spaceship, you could turn it into anything you want. But if it's a good shape, it's gonna look good no matter what.
You can make it can look like a really good rock.
What kind of shape do you suggest practicing?
Leaves.
Yeah, organic shapes.
Organic
if you want to
shapes.
get good at shapes, draw a lot of
animals.
leaves, roots, trees, animals, cats, dogs. Just honestly draw a lot, and I would take a class on shape design because there's actually like principles behind shapes. Like what I was talking about before with the unevenness and the asymmetry, that's called dynamic shapes. There's static and there's dynamic, and they kind of play against each other.
Yep.
Static is straight, horizontal, vertical, symmetrical. Dynamic is uneven, diagonal. Like triangles are very dynamic.
Mm-hmm. You know, actually,
Squares are static. Circles are static. What?
you know what's interesting? If you ever started off just drawing anime, and you'll realize, like, as you get better at drawing anime, your shapes will feel a lot more intuitive. When you draw, if your first thing that you draw is drawing anime, those shapes are actually already pre-designed. So you're basically drawing someone else's designed shapes, and you're kind of like getting a visual library of that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So like, if you start off with drawing animals have like a really have a lot of fluid shapes and have like really interesting fur texture. So you're gonna take that and basically use that as your knowledge to design things. But with hair or like anime hair, I've gone my whole life with drawing anime. And so most of the shapes that I make is basically what looks good in anime because it's already designed by someone.
Yeah.
And I'm just practicing those designed shapes.
Wait, Booty Shaker 9000 was JP and Hannah's viewer.
Yeah, but
They came over here
That's
too.
right, they did come over here too. Yeah.
Cosmo, welcome. Who was the person that came with Cosmo?
Joe Mama?
Joe Mama, yeah. Joe Mama still comes by sometimes. So welcome, Cosmo.
I will always think Cosmo and Joe Mama as like
Yeah.
the pair, so
The
that's how I
duo.
remember.
The duo. You better collab on like an artwork or something.
I don't even know if y'all are still friends.
Raimi with the 199 super chat. Awesome, your help is teaching me so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question. I'm just starting to learn digital 2D anime illustration. Is there still hope for beginners like me to open freelance when so many people using AI? Yes, but you have to be creative.
Yeah, you have to be
You
creative.
have to be creative with it. We live in an unfortunate time where it's very much changing rapidly.
Yeah.
Things are changing. And so things absolutely have been affected, but I do believe there's still hope.
Mm-hmm.
So if you work hard, I still have a lot of friends who draw professionally. They get work, they get paid, they make a living off of it. So, but yeah, it has affected things. Honestly, I would say first and foremost, draw because you enjoy drawing.
Yeah.
Do art out of a place of your love for creating.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people, when the landscape of professional work and art changes, if you don't have a solid foundation of just loving what you do, it's very easy to get discouraged and burned out.
It is. It really is.
My art teacher said never shade with black and never use boxes. Never shade with black. Tell that to the guy who wrote Hellboy.
Oh,
He shades
yeah.
with black.
He shades with
He's
black
a
all the
super
time.
famous artist.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of advice like that is very contextual.
It is contextual.
Generally, it's good advice. Never shade with black. Yes, like you want to reserve your values, unless
I think
that's
maybe
the
they're saying
intention.
don't mix with black when you're doing like shading or something. Like,
and
so
never use boxes. Boxes. Tell that
never
to
use boxes. That's
don't
an
know.
interesting
every
advice.
every famous designer ever.
They
to
use
have ever
boxes
lived.
all the time.
But I think contextually the advice can be good, but in art, everything is contextual. Everything is
Everything is
incredibly
Subjective.
it's dependent on specific situations a lot of the time. Like
Yeah.
there's something that will be true like 80% of the time, but the 20% of the time will also be like this massive area.
Yeah. Like, I
But
can
yeah, I
understand.
tend to agree. Don't usually shade with black, especially
Yeah.
if you're painting, unless
Unless the image
That's what
calls
you're
for
doing.
it. Yeah. Like, I would say if you're shading something with black, black tends to do certain things. One, if you look at this right here, it desaturates. It tends to desaturate, and it tends to kind of dull the colors sometimes. But once again, that just depends on the vibe. Like, do you want your character to have a duller vibe? If that's the case, then yes, shade with some black. Use black in your shadows.
here's Hellboy.
Hellboy. Shading with black.
He shades with black. He kind of has this very graphical style going on, and it works. So
Yep, it does.
You can absolutely shade with black. You just have to know what you're doing, right? This is a super famous artist. Very,
Oh,
very,
yeah.
very good artwork.
Super good. Comic artists are
But,
on another level. Huh?
It's funny because every time I was taking classes by Nathan Fowkes, a really, really high-level teacher, and he was talking about he was talking about that kind of thing. He's just like, yeah, never shade with black unless that's the intention and it's used carefully.
Yeah. Like, if I do black everywhere, it's gonna start looking dull. You gotta know how to control it. Like, let's say my skin tone, I want it to be very vibrant and saturated, but when I put in a color or tone that's just going down the color wheel to black, using black, it starts looking very plain. That's the risk, right? But it's not like it's bad, because there's definitely art styles that look like this, that's more mysterious, that's more suspenseful, and it actually looks really good. So come back and I see a baddie Naomi next.
Yeah, shading with black can work really well in gritty art. It could also work really well in clean.
In clean art?
In clean art. I mean, it just depends.
Yeah.
Like, it's more about, do you have the capability of using it effectively?
Yeah.
Black is the darkest that you can go.
It's very powerful.
It's the most extreme. It's very powerful. So if you want to use something that's very powerful, you can absolutely do that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people use black to do their two value sketches if they're setting up their composition.
Mm-hmm. I would say, like, be cautious when you say never. If you hear people saying never do this.
Yeah.
Especially for things that could be.
There's almost always an exception.
There's almost always an exception.
Tira's
yeah.
so pretty. Yes. Love
Yes.
this music. Yes, I like the music too.
Thank you. So
Tira,
finally.
I do wonder who's going to be the first Mickey Beaky Tyrion.
I know. Probably. Someone's already probably trying to save up for it somehow.
Dang, you know what we should do? If someone gets a Mickey Beaky tier, we should do like a watercolor.
Oh, I agree. I think so too. That's like an anime art school, you know?
Yeah, I think Mickey Beaky tier should be like an always watercolor.
Oh.
Even
that's
like
perfect.
not on a promotion.
That's perfect, I think.
How about like Mickey Beaky tier is an always watercolor?
It's an always water.
Something.
Yeah.
Unless a mural never trace. I mean, to be fair, if someone has built a class and they have specifically recorded lessons and given you handouts that you're supposed to trace,
then that's a different
then it's
issue.
not immoral and you can trace. So again, it's still contextual.
I think immoral. I think now when people start putting, I understand that sometimes things can feel like immoral, like, oh well, tracing or copying or whatever is bad. But then once again, there's always an exception.
Bye
right?
bye, Sai.
It's not like, I don't think art is something that you can really put morals into in some
Tips with
ways.
eyebrows. Do you guys have personal social media? The only thing that we have is an art station.
Yeah.
I don't have a personal social media other than my professional portfolio.
Yeah, I also have an art station, but that's the only
If
thing
you
we
want to
have.
look up our art stations, you want to write them down.
Yes, I'll write them here. Colbert, or is it Colton Dubell? Colton
Either
Dubell.
one, you'll find either.
Colton Dubell. And mine is Christina Wu. Art station. This is for our
I
art
think it's
station.
just right. Art station probably.
So yeah, all you have to do is just search it up.
Yep. I gotta go. All right. Have a good one. Tira is so pretty. Absolutely. Any tips about anatomy? Yes. What
kind of
tips?
anatomy? What kind of tips? I just had this huge urge to just draw really like silky hair.
Oh, the song's actually berries.
Oh.
Berries, not cherries. That's
Oh.
funny. Berries. Y'all trying to memorize our whole playlist? We finally gave away the Gatekept song today.
Yep.
That's wild.
It's because you felt generous.
I did feel generous. Going to sleep. Thanks for the tips. No problem.
Glad you were here. I always
Is there a
love
song
the,
called Cherries?
I'm sure there is.
Peanuts.
I always love hair that's like starts off really straight and then it like becomes like a lot more wavier towards the bottom.
Berries. I just see berries.
Alright guys, BFGF, we're married.
Yes, we are married. Gotta go for dinner, but I will be back.
Okay.
Awesome. how to gel meat, you don't even want to know.
Oh, brother.
No,
You
I'm
make it
kidding.
sound
It's
suspicious.
Artemino.
Artemino.
Artemino, that is. It's
That is-
weird. That's it's an
weird-
app that's gone a long way
That's
from
true.
its glory days.
That's true. That's true. Now it's weird, but back then it wasn't. It was a very tight-knit
Yeah.
community.
I don't
back
even know
then.
how. Honestly, like chat. What is Artemino like these days?
Yeah, whoever is in Artemino right now.
Do you have any tips on how to keep a singular art style? Really pay attention to the shapes. Or I should say this. Really pay attention to the decisions that you make.
Yes.
What shape are the eyes? What value range do you usually work within? What saturation of colors do you use? How much do you change the color temperature when you're picking lights versus shadows? If you know those things, then you can replicate it and continue to use them. Like, oh, I tend to make the eyes this big and I tend to use this shape. Then you can continue using that shape.
Yep.
Or I tend to use a line this thick. When I worked on Bakugan cards, all of the artists were required to work in the same style, and they had an entire style guide.
Yep.
They told us what thickness of brush to use. They told us what kind of lighting they have. They told us what color of what Dragonite was that? Not Dragonite.
Dragonoid.
Was it Dragonoid.
Yep.
Like I worked on Dragonoid, and they had color palettes for it, and they were just like, this is Dragonoid's armor color. This is this color. This is that color. This is how we do the backgrounds. And they had an art director that was art directing, and it was like, and they're just like, oh, this is a little bit like this, and then they would compare with other cards, and they would go, do these feel like the same artist made them?
You know,
So there was a whole process. So do that with your own art. Create a style guide, decide which shapes you use, which colors you use, and you'll be able to create very, very, very consistently styled art.
you know what? I feel like hearing that, it just kind of made me realize it is difficult to do that. Like a lot of people kind of expect, oh, I can't do it right. I can't do it right. Something must be wrong with me. But it's like here you have these professional artists going like super like really intense with checking and comparing already. Like
Yep.
even though they're professionals, and it's like, yeah, of course it's difficult. Of course,
Oh yeah, it's not an easy thing.
it's not easy.
When I was working on Guild Wars, there was an extensive process to making sure that the weapons felt cohesive. Like we had to do the, whatever they were, the great sword. It's been years since I worked on it. What was it? Like there was a pistol, there was a rifle, there was a mace, there was a warhammer, there was like a great axe and like a battle axe. There were like
Wow.
16 weapons per set, and it was a very
Difficult.
extensive, like you had to be really high level to be able to do that kind of thing. I struggled a lot on that project, but we got there in the end.
Yep.
But yeah, if you want to keep a consistent style, create a style guide for yourself.
Well, like,
Figure out what decisions do you make and continue making them.
here's different styles of eyes, different shapes, but they maintain the same style. So like here, it's like keep in mind, do you usually draw the eyelids like much thicker and you add minimal lashes, or you make them a lot bigger? If so, then try to do that in the next eye shape.
Yeah, put your follows.
Oh,
We got Sai. Thank you for the follow. We got Waffle, a little pumpkin, no thing. Thank you for the follows as well. Appreciate it. Currently bought an art book while I was ordering stuff from Amazon late at night. Constructive Anatomy by George Bridgman, since Cole will probably ask. Yeah, I have that book. I like it. Bridgman is recommended by a lot of people. I find Bridgman's books a little bit vague, a little bit sketchy, but they are a good like additional resource. He breaks things down really well. One of my favorite artists really likes Bridgman's books.
you know,
Jasmine, thank you for the follow.
I need to reveal something to chat that I saw in
What?
the bathroom one time. You can have double highlights in the hair.
In the bathroom, Chat's like,
The bathroom.
what are you about to reveal?
No.
Dookie?
No. I know, I kind of made it sound suspicious.
My
but
son is having me download Guild Wars. Nice. I've never played it personally, but it's a very popular MMO.
Difference between spiky hair and fluffy hair? Sure. Let me just cover the two highlights really quick, because I think
Yeah, it
this
was
is like
sick.
really good. It was sick. I'm like,
This
I need to
would
do this
be
in my art.
Really, I do that all the time actually. I do double highlights and stuff.
You do?
Not in hair, but like on a lot of my
Yeah. Well, there's like a main highlight that you'll see, and it's kind of like a ring around the head. And then you'll see a much subtler highlight down here.
Yep, double highlights.
Double highlights.
I didn't do it on this one.
And I'm like, what the heck? That makes it look so much better. That's so like, that's so cool. I don't know. I saw it and I'm like, I have to put this in my art nowadays.
I did on this.
Yeah, you did do it on that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Double lights.
Double lights.
But yeah, it's actually really smart. It does.
It
make
is
it
really
look
smart.
really good.
It makes it look so much more luscious.
That's an S tier. That's an S tier piece of advice for some people in chat.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a couple people in the server specifically who could really utilize something like this. Definitely like someone like Lau.
Yeah.
Lau, try this on
Try
hair.
that.
All right. Do double highlights. Make one highlight.
Prominent one.
Make one highlight cool. Maybe like blue.
Ooh.
Right? And make one highlight warm. Maybe like something like that.
That's cool.
Look at that.
That looks
Try that.
so cool. And actually, I gotta
Dookie.
break up the shape. Dookie. Now, Dookie has hair tips. It's not two highlights.
Jasmine Brenner does art. Winter, thank you for the follows. You should the best way to draw bangs, forward facing. What kind of bangs?
Yeah, what kind of bangs?
There's a lot of different kind of bangs.
Oh, that's so pretty. I
Yeah.
have to do that. I have to do that.
Is Lau here? Who else? Who else could really use this? That like really renders.
Ginny.
Hope. Ginny. Yeah, Ginny. I'm just thinking who in the community has
Mysel.
like Mysel. Yeah, probably Mysel if you're still here. I think Mysel was only gonna be here for a little bit.
Oh yeah. Someone
Use
is
chromatic
asking
aberration on my
Fluffy versus
highlights.
Spiky.
Nice.
So-
Demo, thank you for the follow.
Spiky hair has a lot of straighter lines and it's a lot more jagged. So if you want like something like just really simple, Spiky looks like this.
Yup.
Fluffy, on the other hand, it has a lot more C curves.
Yes, Lau. You heard your name. Did you hear what we said?
That's the texture difference. Yeah, you heard your. I realized. Okay, so I realized that you can have two. Like, so I was in the bathroom and I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, wait a second, I got two highlights on my head, and it was like there was like a main highlight and then a more subtle highlight because there's two light sources, and I was like, wait a second, this actually makes the hair look so pretty. And then we were saying that maybe you would probably do something like this.
Yeah, I feel like your style would work really well with double highlights and make one cool and make one warm. Like, imagine the character has two lights shining on it. One of them is cool. Maybe it's like a big light panel, right? So maybe there's a lower light. So you got your character, they're here, right? And you've got a big light here shining on the character. And this is like a blue light. So let's just say blue. And this is shining on the character. And then let's say we got a smaller light up here that's brighter. And this is like a warm light. So what you'll end up getting on the hair is something like this. This will be like a larger, kind of softer highlight. Like this sort of thing. And then this one is going to be a sharper, smaller, but brighter highlight.
I'm glad I found your channel. I've drawn all my life, but currently learning anime/manga style. Well, you are in the perfect place because we teach that all the time.
And then, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could give it a rim light.
Rim
something.
light. Where?
Was one of those rim light? Yeah. That one was rim lit.
Ooh, that's pretty.
You know how much rim lighting there was in Bakugan cards?
A lot.
Double rim light. There was cool on one side and warm on the other. On pretty much every card.
I love this brush so much. Ooh, that's so pretty. I feel like this is actually trying to take a little bit too much spotlight, so I'm going to dim it down a little bit. There we go.
Oh, yes.
So, wow, from far away it looks so fluffy and pretty. I want hair like that. Wow, I can't
Wait a
stop
second.
looking at it.
What if we tried this? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I don't want to do stupid Windows update.
What you trying to do? I'm gonna do this to my highlights again, or try to
Please
weekly.
open.
Yeah.
There we go. So
The
annoying.
matching shirts are fun. Thank you.
Left.
Ooh. Ooh, you did a cool light.
Cool. Warm. Ooh, look at that. Look at my big bald head, all right? Warm. Cool.
Whoa.
Warm. Cool. Just that subtle difference. Warm.
How do you know that you are absorbing the information you're learning for anatomy, if you get what I'm saying? I do understand. What I did was if I started, what I'll do is I'll be like, oh, I'll look at people in real life and I'll be like, oh, so that's where the pecs are. Oh, so that's where the deltoids are. So if you understand the general areas where the muscle groups are, that means you're making a lot of progress
Matching shirts
in
are
doing
fun.
that. Because
We should get a set of matching shirts so we could just match like every stream.
yeah, that's cute. So what I used to do for anatomy is I would basically go in and draw the muscles that I've studied. I would color code and label them on almost all my figure drawings. What's up? Bye, Itana. My son is having me download Guild Wars. Oh, that's fun.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Brush looks so cool. You can get it for free if you want to download it. You can get it on our Discord server. You can get it on our website.
No problem, Lainey. Yeah,
Ooh, nice Saturn.
like once I start by recognizing what muscle groups there are in the body and being like, okay, that's my deltoid shape. Okay, that's my tricep shape. Oh, here's the elbow. Then I'm like, okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting somewhere. I'm learning it. And a lot of it will just come through with a lot of studying, a lot of labeling, a lot of color coding for me personally, because that's how I memorized most of the muscles. So yeah.
Right, new fan. Awesome. Welcome, new fan. Behind the pencil. That's a good.
That is
honestly,
that's a
profile
good
name.
profile
Didn't
name.
have class today. Awesome.
Nice
Pompoop.
palm poop.
Alex, side profiles.
We're actually covered earlier.
Yes, they were covered earlier. You can go to our YT channel and check the recording and back it up, and you can see the side profiles.
We actually also have a side profile TikTok drawing 2 different styles of side views.
Yes. Hey, cha-ching. Welcome. Just realized y'all have a YT. I can go back and watch the streams. Oh my gosh, yeah, there are so many streams on there. There are so many. Let me.
I don't know how many
Your
hours of streams
channel.
have we done.
We've streamed hundreds. I mean hundreds and hundreds of hours now. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 19 rows of 4. What's 19 times 4? It's like 86. What is 19 times 4?
I think 76.
76 plus 3. There's 79 streams that are on our YT channel, and most of them are like at least 2 hours. Some of them are 12 hours. So there's a lot of content.
Yeah.
Check art share too. What? Huh? What? Huh?
Huh?
What's up? Oh yeah, the double highlights. Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
A lot of time I'll like to add like some really like interesting color into the shadows, like this dark blue right here. It's kind of fun, but it also maintains
Yeah.
still maintains that value.
Yeah. You know, a lot of reflectivity and stuff like hair, a lot of transportation designers focus on a lot.
Yeah.
That's a very... Transportation designers are just like reflective material rendering machines. Need to hit the bed? Yes. Okay, yeah. You guys do backgrounds? I do backgrounds.
Colton does do backgrounds.
That many streams, OMG? Yeah. 79 streams times... I don't even know what the average...
It keeps losing focus.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Another thing that they'll do is they'll add
Dinner
like a
break?
light little ombre in the bangs, because it's like you're mixing the skin tone with the bottom of the bangs, and it kind of reflects into the bottom part of the hair, and it's really pretty.
I need to figure out how to lock
Lock
I
the
want to get a
focus.
camera with a wider lens for the one in front of us. This one will work okay for now.
Mm.
The reason this one used to work is because, remember, we had a tripod, so the camera was actually further away from us.
Yes.
But this one's not. This one's really close because it's connected to the desk. What is it? It's probably like a 24 millimeter or something. This one goes all the way down to 18.
Wow.
Have you done a video about how to do backgrounds? I do have a couple of videos on like perspective, and I do draw a background on our YT channel. TikTok? No, we don't have a video on our TikTok about backgrounds. I have a whole class on perspective and backgrounds. You mean like painting or drawing, or and what kind of backgrounds? You mean like a background where you draw a character and then there's a background behind the character, or a background where like you're actually drawing a landscape and the point of the image is the background? Because a lot of the time those get treated differently. So like a background which supports a character, and then there's just a painting that's about the background itself. 25K.
Ooh, awesome. Okay, I'll be right back. Chat, good work.
They would both get treated differently, but also the same.
Good
Great work, chat.
Yippee! We'll just
Awesome.
have yippies for now.
25,000 likes on TikTok. Very nice work.
One with the character.
One with a character?
I think at that point it would just be a very simple.
I've talked about them before in streams. Surprised that this live doesn't have 1,000 people. But bring them in.
Bring 'em
We'd
in.
love to have 1,000 people.
Thank you, Kappa, though.
I'm sure the mods wouldn't. They'd be like,
Help me! Help me! There's so much people enjoying.
I think our peak was 600 a long time ago during a 12-hour live stream.
Yeah. Ooh. My back. Ooh, my back.
I'm just thinking as far as what do you want to know about for backgrounds? Because we could talk about that a little bit today if you want.
I'm gonna check on the pot real quick. How about we switch? If you want to talk about backgrounds.
It was your first 12-hour stream that the peak happened? Was it?
Yeah, that's right. It was the first 12-hour stream.
Yeah, TikTok lives got really nerfed.
Oh, kitty!
What?
She's been behind us this whole
Aw.
time. She's been loping.
Yeah, TikTok, your outfit is so cute, Christina.
Thank you. Colton picked it out for me.
Yes.
Well, the overalls he did. I picked out the shirt.
You just wore one of your cat shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked out the overalls.
Look at her. She's rolling around.
Like everything I can do backgrounds to save my life. Okay. I can talk a little bit about backgrounds. Professionally, I was a background and prop artist for a long time. So I've done a lot of backgrounds for a long time. But the way that I think about backgrounds is it's very graphically. So what I usually do when I teach stuff like backgrounds, a whole drawing and painting of a character and background and everything takes a really long time to do. So I'll usually use past examples. This is not the right pen, is it? This is my pen. I need to get the stream iPad pen. Canvas, crop, extend. Chat, I'm better at using the canvas now that I've been drawing a lot on stream. So backgrounds that are character focused. Generally, there's two kinds of backgrounds that I think about them in two different ways, right? There's a background where it's about the character, and the background is support. Right? And then there's a background that's about the background. And the character is scaled, usually. Meaning the character tells you how big it is, right? If there's a tree, if there's a box or something, and a character is this big, you know how big the box is, right? If the character is this big, you know how big the box is. So in a background where it's about the background, character is usually about scale. Here's another thing. Scale is anything that you can recognize. There's some birds. You know how big this box is, right? And now if you draw a big bird, you know how big the box is. Maybe it's like a birdhouse. Maybe it's like a tree or something, right? So scale is pretty important in background. So this is the one that you're specifically asking about. So the background supports, right? So you're going to have a character, and I'll bring an example, right? So here is a background that I did a while back, or an illustration that I did a while back. This is my favorite example to use, where the background is supporting the story of the characters. All right? So you've got Miko, and she's answering the door, and Abby is coming in, and she's giving her the lunchbox that she forgot at school. And the background is not only the world that the characters are living in, but it's also giving context, right? She's at home. There's umbrellas. She's outside. She's wearing a jacket. It's cold. There's pumpkins. There's candles. It's probably fall, right? It's nighttime. There's windows lit in the background. It's dark out, right? The porch light is on. So all of these background things can help you show rather than tell. It's about, for me, it's about showing instead of telling, because it makes the viewer feel smart. If you can understand understand the story without any text, you're doing a good job as an artist, right? You want to show as much as you can rather than tell. So in order to set up a shot like this is just simple 2-point perspective, right? Very simple 2-point perspective. My horizon line's like right here, right? Around the top of their heads. The camera, am taking a picture of this, and I am taller than both of them. So whoever is taking this photo is taller than them. Probably older. Maybe it's Jake. I don't know. Right?
Maybe it's an uncle.
So, number one, when you're thinking about doing something, you'd start off really simple, right? This is actually not the simple sketch. I don't actually think I have the simplest version of the sketch here. No, I don't.
Might have to send it to you.
It's all good. I don't really need it. So this is one of the sketches that I did. This is like the second variation of the sketch, all right? Horizon line is right here. So, if I want to draw this shot, I'm thinking of 3 questions. Number 1, am I looking
I'm gonna have you try a piece of Miko.
up or down, right? Am I looking up at the object like this, where I'm looking at the bottom of it, so this is the bottom? Or am I looking down at the object, right, where maybe this is the top of it, top? That's the first question I'm going to ask, right? That's going to determine where my horizon line is. Number 2, what was the question number 2?
Bye, Tilly.
How close or far am I, right? How far am I away? How far am I away from whatever I'm taking a picture of, right? So am I looking up or down? How far am I away? And number 3, what is the orientation of the thing that I'm looking at, right? So is it facing me? Is it turned at an angle? So what is the, like, subject orientation or rotation, right? I'll just say rotation. And this, actually, these 3 questions about your shot is going to give you your scene. So let's go in here and let's ask those 3 questions right here. Am I looking up or down? I'm looking straight. I'm not looking up or down. I'm just looking straight. So that's question number 1, right? Number 2, how far am I away? I'm in the same room. Pretty close. Number 3, what's the rotation of the subject? These characters, this one's kind of facing me, this one's facing away from me. All right? So that actually gives me all that I need in order to start building a perspective grid to draw this. And now let's go to something else, like something like this, all right? So this is a completely different shot, same characters, 3 questions. Am I looking up or down? I'm looking up, right? I'm looking into the sky. Number 2, how far away am I? I'm really, really, really close. I'm right behind these little kittens on the ground. And number 3, what's the rotation? Well, they're looking down at me, right? They're kind of facing me. All right? So that would give me my perspective. I'm looking up, which means I have a low horizon line. I'm really close, which means I have a wide lens. And then, how do I draw cats? I can only draw their front view. I can only draw their back view. That's why I made this.
Colton, I want you to try this while you are distracted.
That pork belly? Okay. So, for this shot,
It's pork belly.
right here, we answered those 3 questions. So number 1, am I looking up or down? I'm not. Here's my frame. I'm looking straight. Here's my horizon line. Horizon line's around the middle because I'm looking straight. Number 2, I'm in the same room, all right? Which means my vanishing points probably aren't going to be that far away. So let's just stick them like here. Maybe here. I'm not very far away. There's my vanishing points. If I was close, they would probably be like here. If I was far away, I probably wouldn't even be able to see them. So we'll put them there, and we'll just go actually a little bit further than that, aren't they? Let's put that one out there. We'll draw some perspective lines. There we go. Second one, second vanishing point. This is 2-point perspective.
Bye, Abigail.
That's pretty accurate. It's pretty.
Bye, Tilly.
It's close enough, right? So if I was setting up this shot, this would be my first 2 questions. How far am I, and am I looking up or down? All right. And number 3, what's the orientation? The orientation is actually Abby and Miko are both in perspective. Miko is lined up with the building, so she's actually facing my right vanishing point, and Abby, she's facing the opposite direction. So if I were to kind of put them in boxes, I would say I'd probably put a box like, right here. There's Miko. And then Abby is just like out here, but she's down a little bit. So I'm going to go out and down, and then I'm going to put Abby, her box is right here. And then I'll just stick her right there. All right. And then my door frame, let's go. Let's see where it is. I put it right about there. I just want to match the shot is all. And that goes up to the top. And this follows my perspective, right? There's the door frame. It comes down back here. Remember that door frame is like a little bit above there. We got a window right there. We got a table in the distance, or back there. Right there. I could draw the whole table if I want. I'll just draw it. There we go. There's the table.
I was kind of just thinking, what if you started an illustration with like doors or windows? Because that does establish scale, but.
Yep. Right. And if I want to make this door open, what do? I go find my vanishing point or my horizon line, and it's right about there. It's right on the edge. So I put another vanishing point because now this door is open, and I can just go.
I just had an illustration idea
There's the open.
with that composition. That's cool.
The open door. Like that. And all I have to do is start drawing in my, my characters. What is her pose? It's kind of like this.
She's like, huh? Who's there?
Right? And she's standing on her right leg. And then this leg is also bent. So it's like that. All right? She's outside. And she's kind of just, standing there like that. She's holding out her arm. That's how I would sketch it in really roughly. I'm just trying to get stuff in the right spot. All right? That's it. And then, now that everything's pretty much established, right, I can put my umbrella rack in like that. Any of these shapes, like, as long as I've got, like, generally the right perspective, I can always refine it and fix it later. Right? I just start with this really rough grid. I start with those 3 questions because that answers a lot. If I'm in a tree house and I'm looking down, number 1, am I looking up or down? I'm looking down, right? Number 2, how far am I away? Maybe like 20 feet. So I'll draw, maybe a box looking down at it like this. And then I'll just use this to make a grid, a rough grid. Like that. I'll put in my verticals. This is probably going to be 3-point perspective. So we'll do that. There's a really loose grid where I can look down at stuff, right? So if I have characters, they'll probably be like this. There's their top of their body. Here's the bottom half of their body.
May I ask if there's good tutorials in drawing hair like box braids and such?
Here's, you
I
know.
actually do have a braids TikTok, but I could definitely make a braids video sometime.
Let's change the pose up a little bit. Let's put this one like that. And let's put this one like that.
Bye, Lau.
Right, so now I'm looking down at these characters. That's the ground that they're standing on.
Hey, Kiraji.
If I want another character standing back here, you know, I could put them maybe back there. I'm looking down at them. So this grid can help me figure out the perspective of the people. Can rotate them. Like, this person's kind of facing that way. This person's more facing towards me. Maybe they're both walking.
Oh.
Kind of next to each other. You know, we could have a third person over here. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of just dragging out and over, and I'll put this person here. And so if I have the height of my person, I can drag it in perspective over, and this will be about the height of my person. And if you know human proportion, halfway, third, maybe we'll do the head about that.
Thank you, Hus, for the follow.
Leg. Maybe this person's walking away, going that way. So these people are walking this direction relatively. I've included some design in here too. These people are close together. This one's further away. That's design. It helps your brain understand what's happening more. And we could even put them on a path. A road. We could put a fence over here if we want. Now, I want to make sure that this fence is the right scale, right? So I'll put a dot here. I'll bring it out to the fence. I'll actually do it a different way. I'll just do this so we can see it. Here's the height of the person. Pull it forward. Pull it back. How high is a fence? Maybe it comes up to his hip. 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 There's the height of my fence. Over there. Really, really rough. It's enough to be believable, right? So if you, and what I'm really doing is I'm just going, here's a person, dragging it over, here's the height of the person, here's their hip, dragging it over, this is the height of my fence. So you can do these like little scale, moving scale around. And so I would just say, plop it down on the ground, come down to the ground, drag it over in perspective, drag the head over in perspective, and you can bring scale over and around in perspective, right? And I could even just go, right? Maybe like that. I could bring them down and up. I can bring this down.
That's so
below
sweet,
him,
thank you.
wherever I want.
I'm sad I never started the chief class. That's okay, Kiraji. Start it whenever you want.
Right, so maybe these people are following like a trail or something.
It's in the roller coaster tycoon or whatever that is.
What?
That tycoon game, that roller coaster.
What about it?
It reminds me of that for some reason.
This, what does?
Just your
The
scene.
drawing?
Yeah, the drawing. Reminds me of like the people going on the path, because there's the path.
Yeah, I know what you
Let's
mean.
figure it out.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
silly. Right, maybe they're walking around a dirt path. It goes back into the distance. Maybe this goes back over there. Is
Theme
there
park tycoon, yeah.
maybe there's like a hedge of bushes, right? We could even put like a, I don't know. Lamp or something.
That's so cute.
We could put like double layered hedges or something.
Oh, layered hedges. You got a Miki hiding one of the hedges. She's like spying on someone, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's how I would set up like a simple scene. And remember, I just started with those 3 questions, right? 3 questions. What were they? Am I looking up or down? Obviously, in that one, I'm looking down. How far away am I? I'm like, 20, 30 feet away probably. And then what is the rotation of the subject? So I'm above them. I'm like 20, 30 feet away. And then I'm thinking about the rotation. This person's facing us. This person's facing to the right. This person's kind of facing in between that. That's how I plan shots, instead of starting with like, I have a shot in mind and then I'm trying to make like a grid and I'm like, okay, where exactly it says. I'll just draw a box. Like I'll just draw a box in that rotation, like what I started with, just like that. And then I'll just turn it into a grid. Like that. There's my box. And then I'll just start adding, people inside of it and stuff. Like that. So for most of the stuff that I do, like a lot of these shots, like this shot right here, it's a little bit dark. This shot right here, it's just like I'm beside them. This is 1 point perspective, and it's like wide. I've kind of put them on opposite sides of each other. Where are all my environments at? Here's one. Same with this right here. Same thing. Started with a box. There's boxes and stuff. This one right here pretty much started the exact same way. I'm looking straight. I'm not looking up or down. I'm looking straight. And the playlist ended. It's because it's not on loop.
Rip.
So we'll give everybody a reward. There we go. Same with all this kind of stuff too. This one right here, same way. This one right here, same way. A lot of environments, you're not going to be looking up or down. You're just going to be looking straight.
That's a good point, because I feel like a lot of people will get overwhelmed with being like, should I start with the most extreme angle?
Not
but
at
it's
all.
like, no, not really. You don't have to.
I'm looking down in this one. You can see my horizon line is at the very top of my canvas right here, right? There's my horizon line back there. It's a meteor crash. It's like a UFO crash, and there's this person on the mountain. This was for a class I took a long time ago. Yeah. This one, tilted horizon. There's my horizon line, and I'm still looking straight at it. This one, not looking up or down. There's my horizon line, right where my pen is. This one, same thing, looking straight. This one, I'm looking down into this hole, so my horizon line's at my top. This one, looking down a little bit. Straight. I'm looking down, straight down, but you can see that my horizon line for these objects and stuff would be about in the middle. But these are all different angles and everything, so it's more of a graphical shot. But yeah.
Very nice.
And then a lot of the time, like if I want to turn this into a shot, I'll literally just make a new layer. I'll make like a rectangle. And I'll just move the rectangle around and try to like find a composition that I think is interesting. Like,
I should do that.
That's pretty cool. I think that works.
Yeah. I should try that.
And then I just turn that into an illustration. And I could literally just start, or I can go in here and I can go freeform, and I can be like, maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like that.
Genius. So that way, I feel like you don't have to be so stressed with trying to find the perfect composition in one rectangle.
Yeah.
You could just be like, do I want it this way? Do I want it that way? That's actually, I need to do that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of variations of this too, and you can even rotate it for like tilted horizons, right?
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
There, now it's dynamic.
Whoa.
Where are they going?
You know,
That is literally so genius. I literally need to do that like after stream.
I need to do that like yesterday.
I know, like yesterday. Crap, I want to draw now.
Yeah, and this is fairly common. There's a lot of ways to start environments. Some people just start with like random abstract shapes, and then they just like put a rectangle around
I
it.
feel like that would be worth a video.
You know, you can make like random abstract shapes. This is kind of more advanced. It's kind of like compositional stuff, but you can make a bunch of little random shapes, and then you can just put a rectangle around it and turn these things into stuff. It's like a composition exercise that a lot of people do, but I prefer this kind of thing, right? 3 questions. Am I looking up or down? How far am I away? What's the orientation of the objects? And then I kind of just sketch a box in that orientation. You can actually still see my box right here. This is the box I literally started with. And this box isn't anything. Like, I don't have to keep that box. It's just to help with perspective, right? There's my box. I got rid of it. It's not relevant. It just became part of my grid. And then I extended the grid out. Here's my grid. It's not even that accurate.
Ooh, thank you, Ender's Rose, for the follow, and thank you, Flamethrower, for the follow. Ender's Rose, that's a good name. It's like a book name, novel name.
There we go. You know, and if I want, I could take these 2 characters, maybe move them a little bit closer together.
Someone, Agoraphobian Pleb says, I understood that better than watching other tutorials.
That's great. I'm glad.
Yeah, I completely agree with that too.
Maybe we'll move them like...
Oh, are they a couple?
Maybe we'll move them like here. It's big giant eraser. And I'm telling you right now, where's my pen?
This?
Yes. I'm telling you right now, this is exactly how I did this shot right here. It's exactly the same. I just sketched really loosely, came with that stuff. Here's another one that I did a while back.
Love that one.
With 3 characters, right? Here's Abby. Here's Miki. And she's playing her little PlayStation Portable, if anybody knows what that is. There's the map. Here's Miko, and she's scared.
I love the pillow.
And they're in the treehouse, they're planning stuff, and I started it basically the exact same way. I'm just like, what's the orientation? Where are the characters at? I never painted this one. I lit it, but I didn't really save it. Same with this one here.
I love that one so much.
But yeah, they're all pretty much that way. Here you go. You know, they're chilling. You could even have another person in the background. Back here, maybe their feet are coming in. Maybe they're like walking, right? So there's more people. I kind of like it just being 3 though. Now let's make that a railing.
Hey, Ducky, hey, Master Magic.
Railing with a bush behind it. And then maybe there's like another bush up here. Maybe it's like a tiered thing. And there. Oops. We could put shadows. Maybe the lights kind of going that way. And we'd probably have a shadow coming off of this wall. And you'd see the shadow going back there and going there. And then you'd have the shadow up there and kind of casting over that. Maybe there's like a tall object in the background, so we get like a large shadow.
How would you start doing digital art? I'm a traditional artist and I've been wanting to try it out.
Just dive in.
Just dive in.
No expectations. Just hang out, have fun.
Oh, I love this kind of style. Yes, I got your DM, Master Magic. I only needed one from you, which is where you sent the address and your OC. So that is just totally fine for me. I don't need to have 2 DMs.
You know, that could work.
I really like that. It's very approachable looking. What's my OC being drawn for? Master Magic, have you been on our streams? I feel like you've seen us do watercolors all the time.
Yeah.
We're giving you a watercolor illustration because you got the anime art school.
Yep.
And so I'm not sure. I think we discussed that we were gonna do watercolor for you, and you said yes. So I thought you knew. You've been on one of those streams? I'm pretty sure you've been on multiple of those streams. We do them all the time, actually. If you ever see on our live streams where you see like a traditional illustration being done, that's what we do. So we're gonna do your character live on stream.
It's a deal. Oh, I know.
And then
My
we'll mail
eraser's
it
not
to
at
you
full
later on
capacity.
with the books. Oh, this is very nice.
Yeah. So if I were drawing a scene with multiple people in it, I'd literally just start like that. And then this is where I would go in. Said you would do it Monday? No, we hadn't planned it.
We didn't plan that.
No, we never said when we were going to do it.
We asked you if you would like it done, but we didn't necessarily set a date. We just asked like, oh, can you send the OC? So when we do watercolors, like I have it there. It's all good.
There. And then this is the point where I would go and find reference. I would find specific reference of maybe railing and shrubbery and bushes and people at that angle, and I would decide what they're doing exactly. By this point, usually I'd already have an idea of what this illustration is about. I would like probably plan. I would have already planned like what are they doing, where are they going, who are they, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's the same thing as this. So there you go. If you wanna, whoever wanted to know about backgrounds, maybe that was a little bit of a long-winded explanation of how I would do it.
Lily says thank you so much.
But there you go.
This is so cool. It makes me want to do an illustration like that.
You know, I would. And then this is when your training really kicks in. Which means, what's my light angle, right? And this is actually what I teach in my anime art school class. But basically, here's this person. Let's say that this is the angle of the lighting. There's his cast shadow. Here's the person. There's the angle of the lighting. There's their cast shadow. There's their cast shadow. So that's when I would start actually like roughly figuring out exactly how far the cast shadows go. Me ready to study Colton's background VODs, nice. So all of this stuff, what I did in anime art school, what I teach in the rendering and lighting and perspective classes, these aren't, I wouldn't treat these as boxes. I would treat these people the same way. So all of these kind of calculations and stuff, I would run on these characters instead of these primitive forms. And you know, and instead of drawing spheres of stone, I would draw stone on the ground. And
Like
so
treating
all
it.
of that, and so here's the shadow side of the stone, and here's the lit side of the stone, and I would just put the shadowed side in here and the lit side right here. Now that my lighting is figured out, or the shrubbery, right? Like here's some grass. So if I have grass in my shot, I would render it like this, depending on the lighting.
Mia says thank you so much for showing how you do a scene. That helps me with my challenge so much.
Awesome. I'm glad it's helpful. But yeah. And I would not tackle this without going and finding some reference now. And there's a good chance a lot of stuff will change, actually. I wish.
I just really love how sketchy that looks. It's so cool.
Yeah, there's a good chance a lot of stuff will change. Scale, you'll nudge stuff around. If you have any experience in drawing, you know your stuff will change from sketch to final a lot of the time. And then what I would do probably is I would come in here and I would just color all this in with black to check the graphical read.
On a different layer.
Yeah, I'd probably draw it all in. I'd just do it in one brush stroke.
Hey, Bing Bong. Ooh.
Like that. you know, I'd color all of this in, and I'd make sure that this overall shape looked good, and I would probably adjust things.
That is just, I'm just like in awe.
Color all that in and all this in. Because remember what I was saying earlier about the two-dimensional shapes are more important than anything else. So if these shapes don't look good as just shapes, then I would have to adjust it until it does.
Art for Nerd says, thank you for making these lives. It helps me so much, and it is so fun.
Awesome. I'm glad you find it enjoyable.
I find it very enjoyable looking at this. It's so dynamic.
You know, so I might find that some of these shapes here are feeling a little bit the same size. Like shape 1, shape 2, shape 3, shape 4. They're all kind of like the same size. Like if I poured water into them, they would all be like a similar size. So that's something that I would correct. I would try to make a big, medium, and small different sizes. And I would sort of self-check and just be like, is this piece worth finishing at this point? That's how I would do it. I'm like, is this piece worth finishing? As it is right now, I don't think so. I think I would want to light it in a way where it would read a little bit better graphically, or would look a little bit more interesting.
Hey, Dahlia, and thank you, Saw, for the follow. Oh, Bing Bong says, I finally got my braces after 5 years. That's
very
a long
nice.
time. Congratulations. Be sure to wear your retainers.
Yep. And then costume, what costumes are they drawing? You know, all of your training would sort of come in handy now. All of your costume drawing, all of your figure drawing, perspective, material rendering, lighting, composition, all that sort of thing. All those skills that you learn separately, they come in handy now when it's time to sort of finish an illustration. So anyways,
This makes me want to be an art educator like you guys, seriously.
oh, awesome.
Honestly, we need more art
Hey,
educators.
yes, more art educators. How many people do you run into? We run into a lot of them. They go, oh, my whatever teacher in high school said that XYZ isn't art and ruined art for me. Like we need good, happy, encouraging art educators, because there's so many artists out there who just get completely discouraged because of like bad teachers.
I know.
And by bad, I just mean like just discouraging, unhelpful,
I don't know why
unencouraging.
I don't know why just some teachers are that way.
I
I'm
don't
just
know
like,
why
what the
someone
heck?
would become a teacher if they don't like teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
It's like the cleats in the.
Alright. That's awesome. In a teaching program right now for it. It's literally my life dream. You guys are so awesome. Awesome.
Nice. Currently
Thank
in
you,
a
and
teaching
that's
program right
exciting.
now. Wow.
Bing bong.
It's hard to not laugh when I see my friend's art. I hope that's a good thing.
2 years art. In 2 years, Art Academy will have an army at this rate.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah. We can switch again?
Yeah. I
There we go.
think all we have to do is okay.
Go under me. What age did you guys start drawing? Really young.
Really young.
Really young. Why is
4.
this-
For me.
Bro, this
but
player's so horrible.
I don't know if
Alright,
that
that's
was-
it. We're just
gonna return it.
fun. I'm gonna return it to my brother. Yes. All right.
Is it worse than the one that we had earlier?
No, it's about the same. I don't know why these are always so weird. Maybe it's the type of headphones or something that's always causing problems. Maybe they're just not very compatible with this kind of stuff
Maybe not.
because it's the Apple ones and it has like all the little bands on it, you know? Like
yeah.
this.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe it just doesn't work very well. We also have some more traditional sketchbook stuff, traditional art stuff that we're gonna do on stream. You both are fire artists. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if my friend said I had terrible art in middle school, but then said it got better, should I feel insulted or complimented? That is up to how you perceive it.
Yeah.
I would feel complimented.
I feel complimented because I'm like, oh, yay, thanks. But I also would be like, whatever.
I did have terrible art. Oh my gosh. Fox, do you have that before and after? The 2013 to 2016 before and after? I don't actually know where it is. No, I feel like I put it in a folder. Maybe not. You want me to send it to you? So you can log it? Where do you keep all this stuff anyways? It is just like an album on your phone or something? I know I have it somewhere in a folder. Here we go. Here it is. 2013 art.
Wow.
That was my drawings in 2013.
That's so cute.
It's so sick. Look at him. Look at bro.
Who's this hottie? Who's Saturn's like, oh,
we need a
Kiki hot.
redesign.
We need a redesign of this one.
Yeah, we need a redesign
And
of
who's
that.
this cutie? Is this a Mickey?
No, it's rando, but we could design them
Saturn,
if you
she's
want.
like, OMG.
Not the Vegeta armor, the Saiyan armor.
I know.
That's wild. And then there's the 2016
Y'all
one.
know me so well. Well, I think Saturn either likes really cute boys and also has a mode for like really hot, like the usual like K-pop idols.
That is funny. I love these. I actually, not gonna lie, I like the 2013 one more.
Well, it has a lot of character.
Yeah,
It has a lot of inspiration and like
well,
fun.
this is the result of concept art school and design school, like really professionally refined content. But this one, I love this. Oops. Yeah, funny. They both have their own charm.
Saturn, I've been around enough. I've been around a lot of pretty boy simps. They have a lot of similarities.
This one's also 3 years. This one's 2016.
I have it in
think.
Discord, so it only shows the photos I've selected, so I just scroll till I find the photo I need. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a 2016 one as well. She's cute. Who is she? I think it's another
Miko.
rando.
Huh?
Maybe it would be a Miko. Oh, I
Maybe
forgot.
Miko,
I
I
didn't
think.
even realize there was a butterfly there.
Oh, I feel like this art is like you just had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I was having fun, yeah, honestly.
You guys have matching shirts? Yeah.
This
I
is
like that
another
people
one
notice.
from,
I remember this one.
There's another one from 2016.
I remember that one.
And then I think the one after that is just different lighting, yeah.
Oh, and different season. I think I remember
Yeah,
you spent a lot of time
remember
on these two. You had a really hard time.
I think I did.
I think you were like, oh, it's so hard doing the trees.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Oh, I forgot about that one too. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. That was the Udemy course.
Nope.
It wasn't?
Mm-mm.
What? I could have sworn that.
No,
Oh,
it's
no,
just
it was
recommended
a
for
different
fun.
one. The Udemy course had
It was different.
had yellow
Yellow.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is art that I don't really like it actually. It's not in my main portfolio.
Mm.
Ooh, Cosmic Stardust.
Ooh.
And the opposite, I love drawing trees. I do like drawing trees. I just struggled on those almost 10 years ago. Drawing trees is very fun. I like drawing roots and branches and stuff. One of my absolute favorite things to do is, where was it? These types of things here.
Those
Little
are so
branch
fun.
systems with characters and stuff on them.
You could think of drawing ponytails like branches or like tree trunks.
Yeah,
I mean, like that could be a
a lot
ponytail
of
right there.
different stuff like that. It's very good shape design practice too. I should do more of those, honestly. I should just do more drawing in general. Is that it for tutorials, or you're inspired now?
I'm very inspired and I want to draw.
I can tell.
I wanna
You're
like I just got the itch, you know. I want to draw the challenges. I want to draw an illustration ideas.
Yeah. I really enjoyed challenges this week, honestly. It was fun.
Yeah. It's a good one.
That's awesome, BenGB. What kind of stuff do you want to work on before the classes?
There we go.
I'm telling you, it's
Yeah,
Bro.
there's a splitter. Oh, nice, Dahlia. I'm glad you finished building your chair. She's so cute. I agree. Tira's very cute. Although I think I need to change the size of her eyes. Maybe. We'll see.
oh, I'm so annoyed at this.
What? What happened?
Just the splitter.
I know! It's like, come on, I just want to hear my music, you know?
Jay Sanchez, the artist. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
I guess. No, that's not right. Which challenges are you planning to do? Me? Who?
I'm just doing the draw each other's OCs challenge. What's her lore? This is just an elf version of our characters. So I did elf Miki and elf Tira. Tira is actually not an elf. She's a human. And she is a model and an influencer. And she's kind of like got a motherly vibe going on for her. She's like more adult, more mature. That's kind of like her lore. She's best friends with Miki, but they initially had like some Rocky vibes. They were very different in terms of personality and tastes, and they clashed a lot. And then later on, they became best friends, besties.
Wow.
Where?
All right, I'll order a new splitter, see if that fixes the problem.
Oh, I hope it does.
Different brand. Platonic soulmates.
Platonic soulmate.
I think right now my weakest area is rendering clothes and anatomy.
Rendering
That could
clothes.
be fun. We could give you some figure drawing stuff to practice before class. That'd be fun. Yes, we do have classes starting in June.
Yes, we do.
If you want to be BenGB and Dahlia's classmate in a live class that's running on Saturday, or a live class or a live class that's running on Sunday, the Saturday one is for anatomy and figure drawing, and the Sunday one is for
Clothing.
clothing.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's blurry.
Oh.
You can sign up. Is it available? Is the classes available? Yes, they are open. Signups are open. You can sign up for those classes. We're running summer classes, and it's really fun. The last class was really fun. Everybody enjoyed it. I mean, they said they enjoyed
They
it.
said they enjoyed it, so we'll believe them.
Yep. And if you have anybody who who wants to take summer art classes, maybe level up and have a lot of fun as well. Is there a limit of people?
Practice.
There's a limit of 12 per class, but there are plenty of slots left.
Yep.
And it's starting June 14th.
June
And
14th and 15th. Yep.
Saturday and Sunday. Those are when the classes are running. You can sign up for either one or both. If you want to find out more, you can go check out our stuff, drawanime.com, and then if you go to the button that says like our classes, you can find them there. And I can even show you if you want. So here's the drawanime.com. It's that orange button on the top. View our classes. And then there's upcoming live classes. There's the figure drawing and anatomy one. It's a little bit blurry, but it's all good. And then there is the costume and clothing drawing class. So those are Nice. You can find out exactly how long they run. You get your work critiqued every single week. We teach you live. You can ask us questions in class. It's just like it's a Zoom class.
Yep.
And you can sign up.
If you get both classes, you get a watercolor as well.
Yes.
Or imagine if someone gets anime art school and then also gets both art classes. They get 2 watercolors and discounts.
Yo.
It's wild.
Struggling with gesture drawing in book volume 1. Gesture drawing. It's a relatively simple concept and a lot of practice.
Yeah.
Can you show it again? Show what again? The page. You want to write that down? The page.
Sure.
Or site.
What was it? Drawanime.com?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we could cover a little bit of gesture drawing if you want. We haven't actually covered that at all today.
No, we didn't. Okay. Oops. Drawanime.com. That is where you'll find our live classes and our pre-recorded classes as well.
Yep. So you just go to our page, this is drawanime.com, and then you click on this orange button, and that'll take you to our store, and you can find either of the classes here, right? So you can go into the anatomy and figure drawing class. It will tell you all the class information, when the class is running, how it's structured, the description, and everything, and all that, and you have the enroll button right there. And then if you sign up, you'll get sent an invite to the class Discord server. You'll be able to chat with your classmates, and then we meet up every weekend on Zoom.
Yep.
And the last class that we ran was really fun. We had we actually
really fun.
totally sold out. It was a good class. A lot of hard workers.
Yes. So.
I won all your classes. Awesome.
Thank you. I'm gonna do your gesture drawing.
Yeah, we can do some.
Okay.
gesture.
I was gonna do some Naomi as an elf real quick. Select. Jeez. Okay, we didn't select right. Whatever. I'll move it later. Gesture drawing. I would say a lot of it is vibing it out. There's no perfect gesture. Get rid of the idea of what's the best way to do gesture. It's how can you capture the essence of the pose fast, less than a minute. Some people like to go with something super fluid. They'll start with a lot of S curves and C curves, and they'll just try to get the mood in. Like, what are they doing? What's the purpose of this character? And then what they'll do is they'll like start adding like form to get like a quick block out of what's going on in the pose. Like, are they facing us? Are they going, are they turning towards us? Is this leg coming forward? But it's just to practice fluidity.
Yep. It's just an exercise.
It's just an exercise. Yeah.
Gesture drawing is just an exercise to help capture the essence of a pose.
Some people
Disappeared for a
kind of
little
just like scribble. Like, I've definitely seen gestures where they're kind of just like, okay, I just want to use sloppier lines, but still there. Like, obviously I've seen better gesture drawings than the one I'm doing right now, but sometimes they'll scribble. But you clearly can see that the character is bending. They're like kind of squatting a little bit, and you can see where the arm is, the gesture is captured. And then another thing that people do is they'll start adding kind of these like hatching, show the form of the body. That's another way that you can do it. But it's
Have a hard time transitioning from gesture to structure? Yes. When you do a lot of figure drawing, pay attention to your proportions, and your proportions will get more and more accurate as time goes on.
yeah.
So gesture is not about... It's not necessarily about absolutely going crazy. Like, if you know you're going to transition into a finished figure, then you don't want to make the leg 2 times as long as it is.
Yeah.
Like, you could do that if you're just doing gesture drawing and having fun.
Yeah.
But if you're actually planning on going from a gesture into an actual finished figure, focus on that main, line of action. Focus on what directions are the forms going. Is it coming towards you? Is it going away from you?
Yeah.
And then,
Sometimes
keep adding on. Once you have your main volumes and your correct proportion, then you can start to add like muscles and definition and stuff.
Yeah, like Colton, whenever Colton does gesture drawing, he kind of starts simple like this. He's got a lot of gestures.
Yeah, I'll find maybe some of mine.
Like, he'll figure out like, okay, where's the torso? Where's the weighted leg? He'll draw the weighted leg.
Yeah, I tend to...
And then he'll like add in the other leg after the weighted leg.
Here's some. So for example, when I start a gesture, a lot of the time I'll kind of start like this, right? I draw that bend and stretch of the torso. I draw the weighted leg. I draw the tilt of the pelvis and the rib cage. And then I'll start adding in the simple volumes, right? What direction are the forms going? This is coming towards us. This is going towards us as well. So there's a bend, the pinch that's coming kind of towards us. And then I'll start adding, here's another one. Very simple volumes like this. I'll focus on kind of this overall flow. And then when I start adding actual like anatomy and stuff. What?
I really like that one
That
up
one?
there. Yeah, it's a really unique pose.
Come on. There we go. Like that sort of thing. And then when I start adding actual like anatomy to the figure, let me find one that has like a little bit more anatomy. Here's some more stuff like that. Like that. Right, I really, really focus on what direction are the forms going. This thigh is coming towards us. This lower leg is going away from us. And I show that with wrapping lines. And then, once we get into a little bit more like anatomy, let me find something with a little bit more anatomy.
Like that one, maybe.
Yeah, maybe like that one. I'll actually start implying muscles here and there. Maybe like this one. I'll start showing a little bit of muscles. I'll start implying like,
Where's the...
hamstrings below, quads on top, the kneecap. Here's the sartorius,
love
that
that
line right there.
their ankle.
The knee, calf muscles, stuff like that. So I add that on top of those very simple volumes. Do you recommend ovals or boxes for the torso? Either or. If it's an oval that's in the right proportion, it works fine. If it's a box in the right proportion, it's fine.
Yep.
Because you're gonna go and add more forms on top of it regardless of what you're starting with. So that's why it actually doesn't really matter. It's whatever you prefer.
It is whatever you prefer.
Yeah.
Like
so like
if-
with these ones, for example, the next step that you could do is you could be like,
Oh, quad.
I'll pull out the quad. I'll put in the kneecap. Right? I'll put in
Calf.
the calf muscle. I'll put in the sartorius. Right? I'll put in a little bit of the overlap of that, right? You can pull out
Calf.
that calf. You can pull out
That side of the calf.
that side. You can put in the bone.
Ooh, very nice.
Like that's how I would start adding anatomy onto these figures. If you don't mind sharing, what is your cell shading process?
Cell shading is just simple.
My
shading,
cell
I
shading
guess.
process, I just work with a 100% opacity brush that's set to size. It's a round brush. The size is set to pen pressure, and I just use an eraser and a brush to just push and pull. Like if I want a sharp point, I go and do a brush stroke, and then I erase, and I can just go make a sharp point like that.
It's like sculpting out the shape.
And so my cell shading, like the piece that I'll probably show it bigger. My phone's pretty small. The piece that I just finished, it was actually cell shaded. Oh, here it is. Like this piece, for example, cell shaded. And I just use the pushing and pulling of the brushes. So like all of this is just that exact process I showed you. I'm just using a brush and an eraser, and I'm pushing and pulling, and I'm carving shapes. It's similar to how like painters would work. Where you got a brush. Now I don't really know Christina's process exactly. How would you do it?
How would I do it?
Christina's got a really good process. I've had to claw my way over the last 233. I think that's what it is.
Well, like it depends.
233 anime drawings.
Well, like what I do is I'll start with my base color. it's very simple. It's not really that difficult. At least I don't think it is. And whenever I think cell shading, I think at like minimum 3 values. So my base, my shadow, then my lights. If you want to go really simple, all you have to do is just 2 values, which is your light, your light and maybe your medium tones. So like if you want to do something super simple, what I do is I'll start with one shape, kind of like this, and I'll immediately try to make it dynamic. And then I will go in with my base color and just start like
carving it.
I'm doing it very similar
Yeah,
to how
just
Colton does it.
Basically, yeah, exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, so
I mean, pretty much, I would say most people probably cell shade similarly.
And then, you know, obviously the next stage is like adding some shadows, but the shadows are also really simple. Like it's kind of minimal. Like, hey, maybe I'll add a shadow here to kind of separate out this strand from this strand. Maybe I'll add a separation in the strand with the shadow in here, so I don't have to go in with a line work. Right, and sometimes what I'll do, like for darker hair, is I will.
Blurry again.
Oh darn. Let's say if I'm doing darker hair, sometimes I will draw out my highlights, and then I will just shade the rest in a dark tone. Oops, thank you.
There we go. With cell shading, it's very, very, very graphical as far as the shapes go. So you're working really graphically, really pay attention to those basic design principles, right? Big, medium, small, dynamic and static shapes. Like all of those basics, they apply. I mean, they apply in all art, but they really, really apply in cell shading as well.
Yeah, because you're trying to show a lot with little, especially because it's like usually either two-toned or like with a little bit of lights or extra darks. It's not like a full value range, so that's why in most anime you'll just see skin tone with a shadow tone, and it's very sharp. Right, looks like that. With the shadow, it's almost like little goes a long way. This shadow here is wrapping around the form of the base color, and you already know what form it is. It's like it's a simplified version of like, oh, the core shadow, oh, the highlight, you know, and the bounce light, whatever it is. It's just it's just two tones. That's basically what cell shading is. And cell shading was created to make things a lot easier to see visually. It was just to make the process of animation go a lot faster, and I think that's why it's called cell, because they use some kind of thing called with the word cell in it. I think it's like glass or like transparent panels or something. And then that's kind of how the style turned out to be. This brush you can find on our profile for free.
Yeah, you can go to our website, drawanime.com, and download it there, or you can get it in the Discord server as well. If you type !brush in any of the channels, the bot will send you the link. Do you have any tips on proportion? Always make the head too small or arms too short.
So one thing that I'll do.
Is he your husband? Yes, we are married. Grim, thank you for the follow. Rumi, VTuber, thank you for the follow. Sue, thank you for the follow. Pink, thank you for the follow.
Oh, thank you.
Shiro, thank you for the follow. Rainbow Cat, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it.
So I think the most important thing is, let's say you have a body and you're like, oh no, my head's too small. How do I prevent this? Well, sometimes we do it. I do this all the time. Sometimes I'll go into a drawing and I'll accidentally make the head too big. So all I do is I roughly know that the size of the head should be at about a third, and a third. Actually, maybe I made the body a bit too proportional already. So I generally know that the upper half of the body is going to be in 3 parts. The rib cage is going to fit in the second part. Pelvis is going to start at about halfway from the 3rd box. And then the head is going to be about 2/3 this box. So divide into thirds. And it's right here. And I accidentally made this the perfect size, so I'm going to make this smaller. So what happens if I'm like, oh no, my head's too small? One, you can vibe it out. So you can go in, select this, and just make it bigger until the desired size is right. That's
Just
if
look at
you're
the
doing
body
digital.
like holistically.
Yeah, look at the body holistically. Yeah, like maybe if your hands and your head are too small, that all you have to do is just fix those two things. If the rest of the body looks good and your hands are too small, make the hands bigger. Sometimes a lot of it is just, you just have to fix it when you notice it. Another thing that I like to do is I'll be like, okay, let's say my hands are too small. Like they're like teeny tiny. I know that my hand is about this size. So it's from the top of the head to the bottom of the nose. That's the height of my hand. And I'm gonna go in and just compare it. This little tiny little dot here, sometimes I'll just move it, duplicate. And I'll be like, is this the size of my hand comparing it to the head? No. If not, I'll make it a little bit bigger and I'll just compare it again. That's what I would do if I have a drawing but the proportions are off. It's a little bit harder with traditional because sometimes it's just annoying to erase and everything, but a lot of the time it just has to do with repetition.
Yeah, with traditional, a lot of the time it'll be harder to erase. So setting up your proportions early on
Yeah.
is pretty important. If you can't undo, and that actually is good
Yeah.
because if you have an unforgiving medium, it actually is more punishing and makes you learn faster a lot of the time. That's an exercise that a lot of really high-level professional artists practice. They practice with a very unforgiving medium like a brush pen or a Sharpie or some sort of like a felt tip marker. And every mistake, you can't take it back. So it trains you to make less mistakes. It's very common for people to practice with unforgiving mediums.
Yeah.
How do you incorporate clothing into your gesture or figure drawing? And someone says, can you zoom out? Gonna sleep. We'll draw tomorrow. Awesome.
What I would do... Oh, I did zoom out earlier. It's hard to see.
These also get uploaded into the Discord server after every stream. Live in the channel, live stream demos, I believe. Every single... Or live demos. Every single sheet gets uploaded full res in the Discord server. So all of the demos, all of everything are in there from every past live stream. So if you go to, say, for example, our YouTube channel, you watch a stream, you can actually find all of the demos done on that stream. Any of the streams we've done in the past, you can find the full res images in the Discord server so you can study.
Yep.
Andeliana, is that it? I take course animation on uni. Got an interview. I'm really nervous. That's awesome.
Oh, awesome. Just be yourself.
Yep. Hey, no need to be nervous about something that
You'll probably have a lot more interviews in the future, as well.
Yeah.
So just do your best.
Yeah, no need to be nervous about something that is exciting
Yeah.
and good. That's a positive thing.
It is a positive thing. So if someone is asking how to do clothing on top of the gesture, well, I feel like when you have, I would say if you have a clothed figure, I would say ignore the clothes first, draw the figure. So like you already have a base to start off with, because the clothes, all you have to do is just find out how the cloth is reacting on top of the body. If you don't have the body and you're just trying to draw clothes and then bodies and then trying to like juggle both topics, is very difficult. So I'd say first, thank you. I'd say first, start with the figure. That's your base. Then I would say look at the relationships between the cloth and the figure. Like,
Hey, Clear Sky.
is it loose? Yeah, hey Clear Sky. Like, let's say, like, what if this person, how much space is the cloth taking up? Maybe he has like, maybe this person has a cloth that they're holding. And what shape is the cloth doing outside of the gesture? Is it moving? Is it not? Is it going straight down? Maybe it looks like this. And so when I have the, you know what, maybe I think this would be better if they were sleeves. I'll just leave it like this for now. Like, how is it attaching to the body? How is the cloth wrapping around the body? There's like a sash, right? Is it rotating upward? Is it rotating downward? Is it dangling over? Is it like a toga that's dangling beyond the body? So therefore there's like a lot of drapery, right? Is there a split?
Well, you gotta drink your drink.
I know I do. Is there a split in the toga so that leaves the skin open or like kind of bare and the rest kind of flows down? Cloth also has gesture.
A lot.
A lot of gesture.
Foxy gotta go.
Bye.
Bye-bye. How's today going? Today's going good, Clear
Going
Sky.
good.
See ya.
See, this is a gesture right here. I just colored it in, and it's just flat. But like that in and of itself is a gesture.
Oh, and
this
it's
swoop is a gesture.
TY, I'll try the unforgiving medium thing. So about that, unforgiving medium. Go in without any expectations. Just fill up a whole sketchbook and have fun. Like, don't go, oh no, I messed up. That's so horrible. Just really, just draw a lot. Like, get a sketchbook. You can draw at the top of every single sketch page. You just put a big X and you just go, this drawing sucks, or bad drawing. And now the whole page you have permission to fail on. So you can just fill the whole sketchbook with just lots and lots and lots of practice with an unforgiving medium. It's a lot of fun. And now you've given yourself permission to fail, so you won't feel bad when something doesn't turn out. So it's kind of this balance.
Yeah. I think another thing that I did to make things more fun is if I did make a mistake, I would try to find ways to incorporate that mistake into something that's doesn't look like a mistake anymore. Like, okay, for instance, if I put a mark accidentally on here and I can't change it, well, maybe this could be some jewels on the sides, and now it doesn't look like a mistake anymore. It looks purposeful. So it'll only look like a mistake if there's nothing for you to do.
It's kind of like improv.
It's like improv, exactly.
Yeah, you're like improvising whatever happens a lot of the time. So if you make mistakes, like say you draw an arm and the arm's in totally the wrong place, you could turn that line that was wrong into a piece of the clothing. Or a lot of the time, you can just stop drawing and ignore it, and if you don't emphasize it more,
it'll leave.
If you don't emphasize it more, people won't even see it.
Yeah. You know what happens?
They don't even see it.
If you, like, let's say you draw an arm, and your lines are, like, really crooked, or, I don't know. I don't really know what kind of mistake it is, but if you start, like, darkening it and trying to fix it,
yeah.
It's like a big eyesore.
How can you fix it? Not being satisfied with your own art. Honestly, a lot of people struggle with it. Be forgiving. Be forgiving to yourself. Honestly, focus on considering it a win if you show up.
Yeah.
If you show up, it's a win. It's not you win if you make good art. It's you win if you have fun doing art and show up. I definitely have a lot of trouble with that myself. That sort of thing.
When do you all usually be live? We are live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific time. That's our usual streaming schedule. Like Art Blog.
How do I unselect everything, bro? Oh, there we go.
How can you not be satisfied with your own art like Art Block?
Like Art Block? When I get Art Block, when I can't figure out what to draw, I create stories and interactions between characters. So like I'll make two characters. I think the example I came up with before was like, no, actually, let's do a different one. So let's say I make new characters, right? Let's say that there's like a dog kingdom, and there's the king dog, right? And the dogs are the rulers, and they're like anthropomorphic people. And so there's King Dog, and he's like an old, I don't know, like hound dog or something. He's very wise. He's a wise king. And so he's traveling through the market, and he sees like a peasant cat, like kitten, struggling to eat or struggling to get food. And so he adopts the cat, and the other kingdoms think that it's crazy that he's adopted this cat, but he's a really wise and kind king. So now all these illustrations, all these like ideas of different illustrations of like this dog, and he's a king, and then there's this cat, and the other people are like and the other dogs are like looking like, ugh, like who's this cat here? And the king's like, don't touch this cat. And then this is horrible, chat. Someone, the baby cat gets murdered, and the king's absolutely devastated.
Who's murdered?
The kitten gets murdered, gets killed. The king finds the cat dead. And one of his inner circle killed the cat, and now he's mourning the death of the cat that he loved, and he goes into this dark state, and he locks himself in his room as the king. So all of those ideas, all of those feelings, turn those into illustrations and stories. That's how I beat Art Block. That's how I beat art block. And now I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what would it look like? What colors would it be when the king's in his chambers and he's mourning? What about when the king adopts the cat off the street, right? All these ideas, I no longer have art block. Like, I can think of 20 different full illustrations, right? I can think of like 20. I can think of like 20 different illustrations.
Okay.
I'm talking about how I beat art block.
How about
I come up with stories between interesting characters.
See, look. What if the cat grows up? Wait, would it be a girl cat or
The cat's dead.
I'm saying alternate
No.
alternate ending.
So I'll tell you the ending to the story, okay?
Okay,
Well, the
fine.
king goes through a journey. He leaves the kingdom, and I'm making this up on the spot, by the way. And he actually, the cat doesn't come back, but he actually gets past it and decides that he's going to start a whole movement that allows cats to be reintegrated into the society, and
So the
cats and
cats are
dogs
like
will
the
live together peacefully.
So
What?
like the cats are the enemy territory.
So the cat-
enemy kingdom.
No,
No,
they're
they're
not.
just-
They're
oh, okay.
they're like the
They're
peasants.
Oh,
They're
okay,
like
okay, okay,
oppressed.
okay.
So then the king decides that because of what happened, he's not going to let it turn him bitter. And so he decides to start a whole movement for the cats.
That's lore right there.
And there's more story in there.
I like
It's
that.
so funny the cat's dead. Christina wouldn't want to
No, I just think Poppy.
But because of what happened, and then the kitty gets a statue made.
Wait, what happens to the corrupt person? Corrupt doggo.
The corrupt dog, the conspiracy. Oh, those people, they get hanged publicly.
I should think.
It was a
they should
conspiracy.
Go, I think they should go to the guillotine instead.
It was a conspiracy by the inner circle, and they got hung, and they replaced them, and then a whole movement gets started, and they start kitty orphanages. And
I like that.
but yeah, there's a story. There's the story that I would come up with if I had art block, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, and just like, what would be interesting? What interesting characters could we put together? And then all of a
more art
sudden,
block.
no more art block, and that's exactly what I did with the Miko and Abby story. That's actually how Abby came to be, is because I was like, I can't think of anything to draw. Let's make a new character that's interesting when placed together with other characters.
Mm-hmm. Does that chair have wings? Fan art incoming? Yes, she has wing decorations on her dress.
Ooh, she's a fairy.
She's a fairy elf.
Oh,
It's
elf
more
fairy.
like it's a fairy motif. She doesn't have wings. It's just her. Well, maybe she could have wings. But I think to make it more elf-y, it would just have it would be like a train of butterfly wings, like a wedding veil type thing. But she's not getting married or anything. So yeah. And then this one, Naomi's more like a gypsy type elf, with a cool elf culture, I guess. And then this one is like kind of like a traditional fantasy elf with Miki. Yeah, I really like this one actually. She's very she gives me like Galadriel or Arwen vibes, and I really like it. Mixed with Rosalina, and I liked it.
You can make happy stories too, you know.
Oh, I know. They don't always have to be sad, but I think sometimes the sad
I'm just
is
paying
like
chat back.
for always traumatizing their own OCs.
I better see fan art of that story, by the way. That would be like this.
It would.
You know what that story would be?
What?
That would be like one of those stupid AI TikTok stories you see with the AI generated cats and like
And
they're like falling,
yeah.
and like the AI voices. Tell me I'm wrong. Come on, I dare you. That's so exactly what would happen.
Can you guys see me touch for rendering on a messy sketch?
First, clean up the sketch so
up
you
the
know the
sketch.
forms. You can't render unless you know the forms.
The thing is, the better you get, even if it is a messy sketch, when you're rendering it, you're still refining. Like, you're just painting on top, you're just redrawing the sketch just using paint. So, you're still cleaning it up, you're just starting with a messy sketch. Does that make sense?
Like-
Side ones do hit harder.
Rendering is light describing a form. All right? When you render, it is when light falls across the surface of a form. So if the form has a pointy bit on it, it's going to look completely different than if it has a dent in it. All right, Dahlia, have a good night.
Bye, Dahlia.
So if you're trying to render a messy sketch and you don't know the underlying form of what's happening, and you can't render it. It's like
It's like trying to cook with something that you don't even know to cook with. I guess.
It's like trying to spell a word when you don't know what the word is.
Yeah, that's right.
You
That's right. That's
can't.
right.
You,
Yeah.
you just can't do it.
can't
It's
do
like,
it.
can you spell the word? And it's like, okay, what word? And it's just like, I don't know.
It's just a
Can
bunch
you
of
spell
random
it?
letters.
Yeah, like you can't spell a word if you don't know the word. So that's like trying to render if you don't know the form. Like there's simply nothing that you can do until you know the form. Like, are you rendering something that's round? Are you rendering something that's sharp? Like, what material is it?
So yeah, I would clean it
Kelly, welcome.
up. Hey.
It literally is like that. Like, you can't spell a word if you don't know the word.
No, yeah,
If you
you
don't
can't,
know
yeah.
what word to spell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sounds weird, but that's
kind of
what
how.
trying to render is without knowing the form.
But like, the thing is, art is basically speech, you know, so it makes
Yeah.
sense.
It's a visual
It's
language.
a visual language, so
Mhm.
it's basically like building words, you know, just
Yeah.
not in the way that you expect.
Hey, Tira. Well,
I'm very inspired. I wanna like lock in and draw. But I'm also kind of hungry. Are you hungry?
I'm trying to do the Chad face. I like suck my cheeks in and then I bite it. What does that look like?
It looked like the mewing, like the one that Mysol sent.
Quit that. I don't have the soundboard for that.
Oh, SB. Yeah, you came in just at the right time for Tira, Elf Tira. I should have said Elf Tira. Oh, and then she has butterfly motif on the back. I'm thinking of Arwen's butterfly crown and her wedding. I don't know. This could just be whatever for now. There we go.
Nuck you. I feel like that's a one of those usernames. Thank you for the follow, Angela. Thank you for the follow, Strupula. Thank you for the follow. It's Iman Edits. Thank you for the follow as well. What else? Making juicy beats. Very nice. Followed the live creator. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Went cute and inspirational to absolute dark sadness.
That's literally what it was. Yeah.
Deal with it. I have to
Yeah.
deal with it every single week when we go over challenges. Y'all can deal with it one time.
That's true. That's true. At least there's a kind of a good ending to it. Look, long hair Mickey. Cute.
Yes, that is nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Should I draw tonight?
Yes, draw tonight.
I did draw a little bit in my sketchbook before. I should really like laser focus in on drawing something. I want to get better at drawing motorcycles. That would be kind of fun.
I need to get better at just full beans illustrations.
I think motorcycles. Yeah, like actually finishing something at a
actually
height.
finishing something
I
at a
never
high.
finish
I
stuff.
never finish stuff either nowadays. I just doodle and color it and call it a day and it's not finished.
I just
I
get
just need to flex.
bored. Like
I know.
I find that this used to happen a lot professionally. When I would work professionally on projects, we just produced artwork after artwork after artwork after artwork using a very specific process, right? Like you do the sketch, you do the refined sketch, you do the line, you do the color roughs, you do the refined color roughs, and then you do like you move to final, and it would just go over and over and over and over and over, and I would get kind of bored. Like I like starting artworks in different ways and changing things up and trying different things. You know, Craig Mullins talked about that. He's
always starting things different
completely
ways.
changes up how he starts pieces every single time. He was teaching a class, and he was like doing an illustration, and he's literally just like, I've actually never started an illustration this way before. He's like,
Yeah. I was like, I mean, I feel like art should be more
That's how I'm
exploratory.
gonna do it. I don't have anything whatsoever against artists that have a very refined process, like Art Germ, for example. Very
yeah.
refined
Well, it's
process
like-
that he's been using for decades.
It's like a factory, you know.
Yeah.
It's like
It's a process.
it's a process that leads to a certain result. Like
Yeah.
I have a process, and that's why my art looks a certain way.
Yeah. I don't really enjoy it. I kind of just get bored.
Yeah.
I wish I could enjoy it more.
I wish I could too.
It looks great. It produces very consistent work.
My problem is, and this just has to come with just doing a bunch of illustrations, is I'll start an illustration and then it'll just fizzle. Like, I'll be like, oh yeah, this is starting great. And then it'll be like, wait a second, I'm losing sight of the illustration and I don't really know what to move forward with it, and then it'll just kind of be like stuck in, just go to the trash.
You know,
Well,
like Lao has really consistent work.
Lao has very
and you can
consistent
tell
work.
there's like a very good consistency to the process, right? There's like this, there's the line work. I actually saw one of her TikToks, and it was like a process of the piece, and it's like a very specific process every single time.
Yep.
And it creates really consistent, high quality work that looks good. It's like very good for commission work.
Yeah.
It's very good for that kind of stuff. When I get on professional projects like that, I've always been like that. That's why I had to do freelance.
Right.
Like freelance, like it would be like PUBG photo bashing environments.
Oh my
Then it
gosh.
would go to like Guild Wars painting weapons, and then it would jump over to like Japanese side scroller hand painted environments.
Yeah.
And then it would go like jump over to something completely different. I loved it. I really liked it.
That's
There was
good.
one point where I was even doing sculpting in VR for work. I was doing character mech suit like variations in VR. And then I was painting over them. That was fun. It was hard. It was a high level job. I was struggling a lot on it, but it was really fun.
That's really cool. Someone was saying, do we have an animation series?
Nope.
We want to
I'd
make
love
one
to.
sometime, but we don't have one yet.
Yeah, I really... And a lot of art that I start, I just tend to drop.
I do too. I just drop because I'll be like, it's not really fitting. I'll get bored with it and I'll be like, eh. We have the same problems as you guys do. It's just...
I heard this recently, art is about loving the process. Yeah, that's honestly what's helped me a lot, is like falling in love with the story and the characters.
Yeah.
That's how I finished those couple of pieces recently. Hello, I'm new here. Just wanted to ask how to draw background with characters for beginners.
Actually.
I actually covered that on stream earlier.
Yes.
I made this little demo from scratch and talked about that. If you want to go over to our YouTube channel, you can actually rewind the stream and watch the whole part where I talked about it and I showed some of my artwork and stuff as well. We have the same channel name on YouTube, which is Draw Anime Academy.
Yes. Long straight hair but no bangs. It's all about what hairline do you want. I mean, the straight hair is one thing, right? Straight hair usually follows the form of the head and the back of the head, and then it trails off into an S curve. That's usually what straight hair is like. Now, if you want like no bangs, like if you want slick back, the hairline is really important, and you can use hatching to imply the hairline, so it's less obvious and not like super harsh. That's really all there is to it. And the long straight hair is basically like a cape.
You mean like Lau's character, Diana, no bangs? Where it's like, well,
Diana
they
has
kind of
side,
do have
has
bangs. It's like side-parted bangs.
Side-parted bangs. They're just long.
Abby has no bangs.
Yeah, Abby doesn't have bangs because it's slicked back. But
Yeah.
then there's also the no bangs where it's like curtain bangs and it's
Yeah.
just too long to be bangs. So
Yeah.
it really depends on what kind you want. I was about to say.
I was about to say. Yeah, it's like side swept bangs. Well, I drew Diana recently, so I was thinking about it.
Oh, you know what she looks like, Lao? She reminds me of Rize from Tokyo Ghoul. Although they're not really all that same, but it just gave me the vibe. At least Colton's drawing gave me the vibe.
Yeah. Funny enough, I've never really used that process before. Yeah, the arts that I did for the challenges this week, I was trying like a totally new approach
Yeah.
to drawing characters. Kind of fun. I liked it.
Yeah.
I think I hate to say it, but I think Valentine was probably the most successful because,
You were in your element.
well, every character I was figuring out the process a little bit better.
Oh yeah, that's gonna. I mean, that happens to me with OC drawing.
Like, I
Is the
think
first one will
something-
generally not look as good as the rest.
Yeah. I think something clicked during Foxes.
You could do journaling for art. Oh, what? Oh, I got an epiphany at
My daughter Epiphany.
my OC epiphany. You don't know the character. Oh, you didn't know the character, or you don't know the
I
character?
have no idea who that character
No.
is.
Oh, I'll show you.
Y'all are. I don't need to know. I only need to know Diana.
That's true. But I think you'll like Diana more anyways.
Or yeah, no. I like Diana. I don't need any other character that looks like that because we already have Diana.
That's true. Oh. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, that's actually. It's very similar. But I personally think that Diana's hotter.
I'm biased.
I'm biased.
What point do you start the S curve for straight hair? Does it really matter a style choice? There's like a natural flow that as it comes off of the head, it kind of gravity does its thing. Did you hear?
I didn't. I kind of.
At what point do you start the S curve for straight hair?
After, it's generally after. Let me think.
How about this one right here?
Here, let's do that one. So here is where my head is. Notice how everything just starts.
It'll kind of come in.
It'll
See,
come
I'm
in.
bald, so you can see my head, right?
It'll come in.
It'll come in.
Then out.
And then it'll come out like that.
Come in and out. Sometimes though, you'll have very, very straight hair, and that is totally fine. And it'll just kind of end like a very like a sword. You know, that's totally fine as well. It's just, for me, I prefer to make it look a little bit like a vase because it's just more flowy that way.
Yeah.
It's more about, it's not, let me think. You can test this out, by the way. If you start by making the S curve like this, it'll have a completely different shape, right? Here is where the S curve starts coming out way earlier. This one comes way later. So it depends on like what kind of shape do you want. Do you want it more like a pear, or do you want it more like a vase? I feel like that helps me a lot. In drawing hair, do I just need to trust the process? It depends if you have a process. Some people think trust the process is just winging it.
If you haven't learned a process, then it's hard to trust the process.
Because you don't have a process.
But I would recommend learn a process.
Yeah, I actually talked about a process here.
Study how hair works. Study the physics of hair and all that, and then refine, like, create a whole bunch of drawings, a whole bunch of illustrations to practice it, and then once you get a process, then you can trust that process. Tried and true.
Yes. Tira shared the hair routine. I feel like she would be like, oh, I put rosemary oil in my hair for a natural shine. I don't know. I use heat. I don't use heat to blow dry my hair.
But if by trust the process you mean just try stuff, then yeah, absolutely. I noticed people have different definitions of what trust the process means.
That's a good point.
Like, some people will have trust the process as like they've got it down to like a T, right? They've got specific steps that they go through every time. It works very well. It's very successful. That's like a really good process. Process? Oh, absolutely. Process can differ a lot.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. It
Like, that's
differs
why it's so good to
much.
learn foundation, is because foundation is like your underlying fundamentals. And then the process, you can actually use any process you want if you understand kind of those underlying principles of like design, you know, the physics of how hair flows with gravity, you know, different textures of hair, whether it's straight, wavy, curly. If you understand kind of the underlying principles of those, then you can pretty much use any process you want.
Yep. I didn't even notice you guys are matching. Well, I'm glad you noticed now. I got a tinkle. Ouch. I hit my funny bone.
Ow. Where did you hit it? Oh, ow. Your funny bone, for some reason I was imagining your, like, knee or something. Your elbow. Yep, we are matching, kind of. She has a cat on her shirt. I don't, but we're both wearing pink. Dress emojis for challenge. Nice. Are you going to do that? A lot of stuff, huh? It's funny because, like, this type of rendering, I teach the exact same kind of thing. I just don't do them on heads usually. Like this right here, this is this exact same thing, right? This cylinder, it's got a green light and it's got a cool light and it's got a warm light in the back. So this one actually has 3 light sources. And but that's like a cylinder, right? This is hair, but it's the same principles. You just have multiple lights. Same with like this controller right there. You've got multiple lights shining on it. So if you understand how to render primitive forms, then you can render kind of whatever hairstyle you want in a realistic way. Maybe we'll go in here and we'll do like an orange background, right? And we'll go, here's our background. And we'll go in here, we'll do a little sketch. Maybe something like that. And we'll put a break in it. 50-50. We'll make the bottom part yellow. So we'll make all this yellow. Let's just say we do something like that, right? We'll go back here and do this. These are exercises that they're really helpful. We'll make this top part, let's just say white. But we're gonna make it a little bit orange because white really absorbs other colors. It bounces every color, right? Dark.
Hey, Lau says, when are you gonna bless our eyes with pretty boys again?
I don't know. Probably sometime soon. So white is a color that really, really, really likes to bounce other colors, right? It becomes other colors. The reason that... where was it? It's in my photos. The reason that this computer looks completely purple, even though it's white, is because all of the lights are purple. And when you light something in a white object with a colored light, the object just becomes that color.
Oh, it's like tofu. Takes on the flavors of other things.
Yes, I think. I don't know cooking very much, so.
Yeah, tofu takes flavors of other things surrounding it.
So we have our underlying base colors. And then what do we want to do? Let's make a light, right? We'll light this object from maybe like this direction, right? And it's going to be, let's just say it's kind of a neutral light. What brush are you using for the yellow white? You can get the brush for free on our profile or in our Discord server.
Yep.
It's just gonna be a free Google Drive download.
Yeah, we use the same brush for basically everything in this stream.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't checked YouTube for a while. There's a new trend in our community and Instagram where they make fun of chicken scratches. I'm challenging myself to draw how I render and color. I want to try this semi-realistic style, like if you know, so been the illustrator of Overlord series, something like. I love Overlord. We actually just finished watching it again.
It was so good.
Something on the leans of that. We could actually do a stream sometime where we analyze
certain styles.
Yeah. So
Style studies.
first thing I'm gonna do, right? Let's just say we have two light sources. All right. If you want to learn how to render with two lights, some of the more advanced people in here, I'm actually kind of feeling like rendering something. So some of the more advanced people who want to render things with multiple light sources, maybe you could get some help from this. So I'm gonna do two light sources. I'm gonna have a green light down here, and I'm gonna have a white kind of neutralish light up there. Does the brush works on other softwares? It's an ABR, so if you're, which is a Photoshop brush, so if your software accepts Photoshop brushes, then yes. The only ones that I know about are Procreate, Photoshop, and Clip Studio Paint, but maybe there's other art softwares out there that have Photoshop brush compatibility. So anyways.
We got a gift, a first gift.
What, huh?
By Bob.
Oh, thank you for the rose.
Thank you for the rose, and it's your first gift. We feel so honored.
Yes, thank you. All right. White light. I'm going to completely ignore this green light down here for now, all right? I'm not even going to think about it. Is this color theory? We can talk a little bit about color theory. So, this is my base color, right? This is my base color. Without thinking about lighting, I'm just thinking about the yellow, all right? White neutral light. So, when I shine that light on this yellow object, I'm going to get pretty true to the local color of this yellow and this white. Then we're going to have a core shadow, all right? This core shadow, we're going to come down, and I'm going to make it warmer because we've got an orange background, right? That orange is going to fill in a lot of that background. So I'm going to make it darker. Yeah, so I'm just going to put a core shadow in here. So I'm just going to do that. And then what I'll do is I'll just fill this entire shadowed side with that shadow color. Right, that. And then I'll come in here and I'll just fill in this side quite a lot as well, right? But what I'll probably do...
You're making that a little bit less dark.
So I'm going to make this a little bit lighter. I'm going to make it a little bit more orange because I've got something. It's called the Fresnel effect. Fresnel. It basically means when you look at something not flat on, but at an angle, it actually gets more reflective. It starts to become more like a mirror. So I'm going to pick up more of this background color as I'm looking at this side at an angle. So I'm just going to drop that in just like that. Obviously, my hand's not becoming reflective very much, but like let's just say we got my phone screen, all right?
Oh, there it goes.
See? Look at that. More like a mirror, less like a mirror. Look, it's literally getting lighter and then darker. That's the Fresnel effect. It becomes more reflective the shallower the angle that you're looking at it. Is that crazy?
That is crazy, actually.
So anyways, because I'm looking at this as at an angle, I'm just going to make it more orange. I'm just going to bounce a little bit more of that background in there, right? My orange is a cool orange, actually. It's kind of more closer to red. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of a highlight. So I'm going to add this yellow with my light source, which is kind of a neutral. And I'm just going to add in a highlight right there. All right. And then what you can do is, you can come in and do that. So I'm going to get some bounce in this shadow. This bounce is going to be a bit warm. Maybe like that. But I'm not going to get enough bounce that I'm going to destroy my shadow, all right? We'll just stick that in there right there.
Dan Kiel, thank you for the follow. And Zuske, thank you for the follow.
I will now be using my phone to remember this. Nice. Is this about how reflective light works? It depends on the material. I'm going to make this kind of a reflective-ish material.
Yeah, it's not really reflective light, it's the reflective material.
Yes. So, then what I'm going to do, this is the interesting thing, all right? So we're going to do a little diagram here because this is how I want you to think about it. You're standing here, all right? Here's the ground. Here's the top of a cylinder, right? This is a table or a tree stump, all right? This is a tree stump. It got cut. The end of this tree stump is about this angle. The end of the tree stump over here is about, you're looking at it at a much, much shallower angle, right? There's that, and then there's, this right here. So the degree of this is steeper. I probably should have put it on this side. And the degree of this is shallower. So this is a cylinder, which means that this close corner and this far corner, we're actually looking at them at different degrees. And remember what I said about Fresnel effect? Less of a degree, more of a degree, more. It's getting more reflective as the degree gets shallower. What that means is that this far side is going to be more reflective than the close side. What's that going to cause? It's going to cause us to get a gradient. As it gets shallower, we're going to get a gradient, and it's going to probably look something like that. So that's why it happens.
Wow, it's already becoming like a bit of a lost image right there. That's really
How that light color from shadow doesn't mix with color on the side. This is all mixing together. There's a lot of orange in this shadow right now. I've taken this base color right here. If I take it out of there, this is the base color. And there's this shadow in
orange.
here. I've gone much, much more towards orange. See, there's yellow
they can see that
and there's
one.
orange.
There we go.
Very yellow. Very orange.
Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
It's the same name, Draw Anime Academy.
Yep. So I can come in here and I can just Yeah, I can clean up a little bit of this. So I'm just treating this very methodically, right? It's funny because this is very process driven, and I don't like process very much. So I'm just gonna come down here.
What brush are you using to color? Same brush. You can get this brush on our profile for free. It's a Google Drive download.
And I'm just gonna clean this up like a little bit. Just to keep that sort of integrity of the shapes there a bit. It's very easy to get messy. I tend to go back in and clean here and there. I'm not the best at rendering by any means, but I do enjoy it. I do teach classes on it. There we go. Now let's do the same thing with the white. We basically got this. We're going to go up. We're going to do the same thing. We've got the side that's getting hit by the light. We probably got a core shadow. Maybe not quite that dark. White tends to absorb a lot of light. Maybe we'll come up like... Ooh, that's what happened? Did I press something?
Whoa, that was weird.
Let's go to get this again. And let's get this again. And we'll go kind of over there. Kind of like that. That's better.
Hey, Masu.
And I'll just shade this side in as well.
Ooh.
It might not even get that dark. A lot of the time it'll kind of be like a push or pull. And this is just an exercise as well. There we go.
I think there's a bit of simultaneous contrast going in with the background and the shadow.
Is there, huh?
I think so. It's cool.
There we go. So we've got our light. We've got our dark. We've got that. And we can always, everybody loves this.
Blending.
But you can actually blend if you really want to. I don't tend to blend that much.
I don't blend that much either. Not unless it's like, I really have to.
Yeah, you don't really need a blend, but you can if you want. So all I'm doing is I'm just messing up this edge, and then I'm just kind of swiping back and forth to clean it up a little bit.
That's beautiful.
It's not that. It's nothing too crazy. And then I can just go in here, go back to this brush.
Is the picking of the shadow color based on the color of the background?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of bounce from the background. So again, this is like a really light, this far side right here is really light. So it's going to absorb a lot of the color from the background. In fact, it'll literally become the color of the background in certain cases.
Wow.
So we do this. We want to make sure we keep our ellipses right, even though this is kind of a bad ellipse.
And you teach this in your anime art school.
Yeah, I do teach it in anime art school. I teach this kind of stuff in classes. So let's just leave it there for now, and let's work a little bit on this green light, all right? So I'm just probably going to go, and I'm just going to come in here, and I'm going to fill up a lot of this side with this kind of green. Probably get...
Hello, Victoria. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Claire, Lover, and Akiko. Thank you for the follow.
And I'm just gonna come in here and start using this green. And now the way that reflections work a lot of the time is they're not just kind of like that, or not reflections, but like these kind of speculars. A lot of the time it'll kind of peak and then go back down.
What do you call that green light? It's just a green light.
It's just my second light source. It's not really anything. It would be a rim light if it lit my rim. So if, for example, if I put like a really bright, let's just say like a blue light up here, and it lit
the top side
like that, and maybe that would be a rim light.
Ooh.
But this is really just a secondary light. I've just placed it in a different area. But anyways, like a lot of the time it'll kind of go, because remember, you're like going from your eyes, bouncing off and going to the light. The angle of incidence is basically a reflection bounces off at the same angle that it comes in at. So for example, if this is a mirror and my light ray is coming in like this, let's just say it's coming in like this angle it's going to bounce off in the same angle that it came in at. That's how reflections work.
Thank you, Shirat, Kate, Bangit, and Joyce for the follow.
So we're going to get probably something more like along the lines of that. And then this green light, which I don't really like this green that much. I like going more intense. Let's have our green light like more green, more vibrant. And then this green light is going to really fill a lot of this shadow, actually. And
Ooh.
yeah, it's going to show up pretty well inside of there.
Thank you, Jono, for the follow.
It's kind of hard to see, isn't it?
Is it?
Kind of hard to color, just with the reflections and stuff.
Are you hungry?
Maybe a little bit.
I'm pretty hungry.
You want to wrap up soon?
Yeah, soon, but we'll see. We got 101 people here.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wild. Oops.
If you guys like this content, you can follow our YouTube channel. It's also Draw Anime Academy. We'll be posting more videos on there soon. And we also have our anime art school, so you can check that out on our profile.
There we go.
I'm not as good at advertising as you are. But yeah.
We can start to refine these shapes as well, like this one here.
Thank you, Grace, for the follow.
You know, maybe we can get something like that. Maybe we'll get a little specular on the end. I'm kind of thinking this is more of like a glossy material.
You could put like a little symbol on it or something like a, well, I was going to say Chinese letter, but you don't know any Chinese.
I don't know any Chinese.
Put a letter on it or something, like a P. Or
I would
just,
like
just put
to-
Miki on it, like Miki letters.
You know, maybe we could come around, do something like this. And I would absolutely get, if you want it to be more believable, you can start putting little speculars like,
Tips for picking secondary light color: always pick the wrong one and ending up with not balanced color.
I just, honestly, I just pick really whatever, but when I was on Bakugan, they had us use warm and cool. So for example, imagine maybe this light over here is like a blue,
They can't see that.
right? Maybe that light up there is like a blue or like a cyan.
So they would play
Or you could
with
go
warm and cool
cool
tones.
on this side, warm on this side. I'm not doing that here, but you could. So you get like blue light coming in, then maybe you can do warm rim light or something. That tends to look really nice.
Thank you, Hell, for the follow. Or is that an I? The hey instead? Sorry, I probably did not say it right because I have astigmatism. And thank you for the follow. I think your thing's an emoji, so I can't read it. Thank you. Put Miki and then Biki on the other side. Oh, that's fun.
I'm drawing along the form. Important.
Draw along the form.
Maybe I just do something like that.
Oh, how fun.
It's like a little capsule of some sort,
Capsule core.
you know.
And then even the things that he's adding on is following the form.
Yes, these are all following the forms as well. So maybe I could just go. I'm not very good at drawing letters on curved surfaces very neatly. And then, you know, the color of this could literally be whatever I want, like red. Maybe I'll just make it like pink.
Yeah, hot pink.
Hot pink, huh? So I do the exact same thing, right? This would be a section of the cylinder, and it would roll away from the light. So I would actually get a core shadow directly on this pink.
Whoa, it looks purple on the screen.
It does.
I was like, what? That ain't that.
It's probably the white balance
It
of the
is the white
camera.
balance, yeah.
The camera doesn't necessarily see super accurate colors,
Yeah.
but it does see color relationships. So
Yes.
that's, you know, pretty good. Okay, and then I'll just go. I'll warm it up. I'll darken it up because I got this warm background, right?
And then you just
And then
use the same shadow.
I'm basically gonna have that same shadow there.
Ooh.
I might need to warm it up a little bit more. Usually I would be turning this black and white a number of times. Actually, we'll do that. So let's go in, make a new layer, turn it to black, drop it on the entire image. I just punched the microphone, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that.
And then I'm gonna set it to, how the heck do I do this? I'm gonna set it to color. Saturation or color or hue, either one. Saturation, color. This will turn it black and white. So every time I turn on this layer, it'll turn my image black and white. So I can actually check my values pretty easily. And the values aren't working too bad. Now, I think that the white side and the yellow side are pretty similar in value overall.
Similar.
So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna take this same, my bad. I'm used to being able to color pick because I use proofs. I'm gonna take like a red, like a really,
thank you,
like a dark red or something.
10 for the follow. Can't pronounce it.
All right, let's do this. I want to separate the values between these.
I want to go get a snacky.
Do it.
I gotta tide me over.
Maybe I'll do something like this. And the reason I went over is because of brush economy. So I'm just gonna pick this background color and do that. Because this brush doesn't get hard edges very easily. This kind of is off perspective a little bit. Maybe I'll make it thicker. Let's just do something like that. I'm just not really feeling that yellow next to the white. Maybe something like that. It's a horrible ellipse, sorry guys. There. A little bit messy, we can clean it up later. And then, yeah, so we got a kind of a neutral-ish light. That'll probably shine, you know, about there. We got the shadow. It's pretty warm. We come down, cool, warm it up a little bit. Can do something like that. That'll work. I'm not reading chat at all, by the way.
Okay. Whoa, we got a lot of got a few followers. Thank you, Zafana Sands and
That'll work okay.
Thank you for the follow.
A little bit.
Wow, we got a lot of unique names today.
Yeah. It's better. Now, let's go over here. I want this, like, darker. I want this whole thing. Maybe I'll have the whole thing be this dark, and I'll actually make that my base color. I want it to read better.
I came back to see Colton coloring. Yes.
I do this for fun a lot of the time, just practice stuff.
You guys have a Twitch?
Oh, okay. We do, but we haven't actually gone live on it yet. Well, we will be going live on it soon. Same name, Draw Anime Academy.
Yep. I feel like this is just a really good exercise to just find color relationships and stuff.
Yeah, that's how I do all of these. Like every single one of these, like that one that I showed a little bit ago, this one right here, they all started this way, just experimenting, trying different stuff. Not that one. This one right here, although that one's a little bit more realistic, a little bit less abstract. You know, all of these kind of things, they're all exactly the same process. This one here for like something that's kind of more finished, they all start this way. It's just whether you turn them into abstract things or real things. And they don't have to be 100% perfect to life. Like as a concept artist, if someone can 3D model it, like someone could totally 3D model this. Like it would not, it's not confusing. Even though the perspective's not quite right, like you know what it is. It's a cylinder.
Yes, this is Procreate.
Yeah, this is Procreate.
How many hours does it take to do those full illustrations?
Not that long. I think maybe this one was when I was a student, so this one took a really long time. This one was, and everything had to be designed out specifically. So this one's probably like, I don't know, 20, 30 hours probably. But this was back in 2016 when I was a student. This one right here probably like two or 3 hours maybe total. This one right here, I don't know, an hour. And I like to use a lot of different materials too. So like, you know, kind of like a rubber tube, chrome, like a really reflective, maybe stainless steel. This is obviously like plastic. This is kind of like a LCD, not LCD. What is it, like a little display screen, whatever?
Like a ka-ching? I don't know.
I don't know what it is. I didn't turn it into anything.
Looks like a calculator screen thingum.
20, 30 hours isn't too much. Yeah, I mean, I don't... That includes like the whole design process. Includes everything like that. Design process, the reference, all that kind of stuff. Although I didn't really use a lot of reference on that room, unfortunately. I should have.
Really? I didn't know that.
I used a little bit here and there.
How do you draw backgrounds? Colton actually did a little demo on backgrounds earlier with people in it. If you go to our YouTube channel, which is the same name, we're actually live on there right now, so you can rewind and find the point where he drew that little demo. You want to show it real quick?
Sure. I did a little demo earlier here. I explained my process for starting backgrounds, the perspective, asking yourselves questions about how to get the perspective of your background a little bit more intuitively, a little bit less engineering style, and a little bit more like how artists would generally try to figure out how to do a background. So yeah, I did a whole lesson on it earlier and did like a little simple background and showed some of my previous artworks and broke them down. So you can go to our YouTube channel and rewind it and go find that there if you want.
Thank you, Jonathan and Planis. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow as well. I think it's all in Chinese though, so I can't read it. Thank you. Ooh, concave surface. Is that a battery? I think it's just a random thing.
It's random.
I mean, I would believe you if it was a battery. It's cute. But batteries don't really. I mean, batteries could, I guess, look like anything, as long as you call it a battery.
I guess it could be a battery. If I maybe, I don't know.
I've been so locked in this capsule, I forgot how big the canvas was.
Yeah, the canvas is very big. This is a really, really small drawing.
Yeah, I thought you were drawing some type of pill.
I guess originally it might have been, but now it's not. I kind of like that battery idea though. So if I'm gonna draw something chrome or like really reflective, yeah. If I'm gonna draw something like chrome or really reflective, obviously I'm gonna get a really, really hot specular highlight right here. Very reflective. It's gonna be pretty small. And then I'm gonna get, reflections of everything, the world around it. And I'm gonna get these kind of strips of light and stuff.
I feel like even on streams, rather than just doing like a bunch of quick tutorials, we could even just do like a full illustration and also teach along the way.
Yeah, that could be fun.
I mean, a lot of people are actually watching you do this little thing, and it's really cute. You're just chilling and vibing.
Just chilling and vibing. Maybe I'll get like really dark in a certain area. Maybe like a little
cute
reflective part that comes out. It's actually too small to really be able to do very effectively. I can see the pixels. I'm a bad influence. I'd probably get maybe a little bit of green there, a little bit of green there. I should have rezzed up.
This would take me 3 decades. Lily says this would take me 3 hours.
Nah. Maybe that. I don't like this shape. And I don't like that it's split. With this, what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to shorten this far end. Maybe like that much. How about that?
Sure.
Maybe I'll just do like little...
Does listening to music help anyhow?
It helps me from being bored.
It definitely does. If I drew in silence all the time, I'd be like, what the heck is going on? Why do I feel empty inside?
And chat complains if we turn it off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where's the music?
Where's the music? Where?
I was thinking originally maybe to make it 50-50, but honestly, it's such a poor design choice. And I didn't like the ellipse on that end anyways. It was really bad, so I'm thinking I'm just going to cut it. And then maybe we'll do what we were talking about before, which is we'll actually put probably like a blue light up here because I want this edge to read better. So we're going to put a blue light up here. That's kind of up to our right. And I'm going to get a nice, convenient, not in any way cheesy rim light right here because deal with it. And then we're probably going to get a little bit of that rim light, maybe a little bit brighter even.
I always end up not changing the song and I work in silence for hours before I notice.
Yes, I hate that. It frustrates me.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just listen to a song on loop because I'm obsessed with it and then I'll get tired of it. I mean, the usual, right? I have streams playing in the background while drawing, usually other artist streams. Nice, Rachel.
I do like having streams playing in the background while drawing and stuff. I guess that'll work for now.
Where do you usually use the rim light?
On an edge that I want to pop out. Like the thing is, like, if I turn this black and white, you can see that this core shadow is like the same value as the background. And so I wanted to just pop this edge out just a little bit so we can see it. Now, a lost edge is totally fine. It's not bad at all. But I didn't really want this to be a lost edge like that.
A lost edge?
Yeah, like a lost edge is when two things become the same value.
And then they get lost in translation? I don't know.
Yeah, they get lost.
They get kind of lost. I mean, like, you can still... It depends, right? Because you can have things in different colors but the same value and it'll be separated by color. But in terms of value, it'll kind of blend together because it's in black and white and you can't tell what color it is.
Yeah. I mean, imagine you've got a cylinder. How does I've seen this demo before. You've got a cylinder.
Yeah, I've seen it too. Who was it by again? Was it
I think it was that guy that I got that
was it
class.
Nathan Folks?
No, it was oh, what was his name? Super good.
I know. It was talking about the color, like relationships between like warm and cool, light and dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like this is a concept
Sharp
of
and
like,
soft.
so like let's say that this is the core of the cylinder right here. So like you could lose this edge down here and you could lose, you know, say for example, this edge right here. And so you have your edge on the top right, you have your edge right here, but this edge is, say, lost. And what you could do is you could just make this an ever so slight, or you could just go. Painters do this all the time with still lifes. Like this is a bowl of fruit, and then this is the cast shadow. It's value grouping. If you want to know what it's called value grouping.
I feel like another thing that we could do on live streams is color palette challenges.
Yeah, and then what you can do is I'll choose a color that's a different color, but it's the same value. So like, for example, let's turn this on, right? Nope, that's not the same value. Let's say maybe this.
Ooh.
There we go. Exact same value.
Oh.
And so I'll choose this color, and it's the exact same value as the background. And this is simultaneous contrast of color. It's when two colors are very different, but they're the same value. And so what we can do is we can come in here. There's a lot of artists who use this. It's very
Wow, that's so vibrant.
it's very common.
It's like
And then
stabbing my eyes.
you take this and you darken it down right? We can make it quite a bit warmer probably. Come down here and let's turn this on to check. There we go. Pretty similar value. It will just come up a little tiny bit. There we go. Exact same value. And then we fill in the shadow with this.
Wow, that is so wild.
And so what we have here is this gray rectangle has been value grouped with the cylinder, with the shadow side of the cylinder. Like that. And artists use this all the time. Traditional artists who are doing still lifes and stuff, they do this all the time. They try to use as few values as possible in their art.
It makes the art look so much more unique.
And so then we could come in here. Obviously, we can make the core shadow maybe like a little bit darker. And you know, you have a little bit of wiggle room from within the values. They don't need to be exactly the same, but they don't need to be the same value at all. I'm just kind of teaching a principle is all. Right? And then we have maybe halfway. We can just fill in the top of this cylinder like that.
That's good.
And so that's what they do. Can you bring up Robert Lemler's work for me? Can you find his site?
Give Kuroro and Mojojo for the follow.
There's a painter that I took a class from.
Where's your Safari?
I have no idea. I never use it on my iPad. Make a new. Robert Lemler art. I took a class by this guy, but they really do the same thing a lot. He's using these principles in artworks like this, like crazy, like the value of the dress and the value of the back of the chair, or like it's all value grouping. It's very value grouped. Like all these shapes in the backgrounds, he's kind of grouped into similar values. So it's value grouping, and then there's simultaneous contrast. But all this is all oil paints, by the way. No, let's look up Mead Schaefer. He does really good stuff like that. Mead Schaefer art. Here we go. So here's a really good example. Here's a really good example by Mead Schaefer. He's a classic illustrator. I think this is in oils. You'll notice that all of this stuff is value grouped, right? All of these things are value grouped. The dark cloak, the shadows of their faces, right? The shadow of the faces, the dark cloak, and then you'll see that there's just these little bits of color, and he's created a really flat background that's very static. He's using a lot of perfectly horizontals and perfectly verticals. That adds a lot of stability to the shot in the background. And then the characters themselves have a lot of really dynamic triangles and shapes in them. So it's a really, really good piece. And you can see that this background has no perspective, it has nothing. It's just simply graphical stability, right? With all these posters on the walls that line up vertically and horizontally. And he's gone and he's value grouped all of this stuff together, all the shadows and everything. And he's using a very similar value for all of the light bits. So really, really cool stuff. One of my favorite artists. That's Norman Rockwell. Like, look at this. This is really nice stuff. So you can see that this guy's shirt is completely value grouped with this. It looks like a cowhide or something on the wall in the background. Value grouped. Look at this. The guy's belt is the same exact value as this dark spot on whatever's on the wall behind him, and also the shadow of the sleeve. So he's doing that exact same thing here, right? This is all value grouped with the shadows in the background.
Creates also a very interesting shape.
Yeah, so this is all like shape based and everything. You can see that all this is value grouped, all that's value grouped. Really nice painting. But anyways, that's like this kind of thing, right? Where the shadow is grouped with this, and this could be any color. It doesn't really matter. It could be any color if it's a similar value, right? But anyways, so like I'm not using any crazy painting techniques and stuff, although maybe I should be. I should try at least. Maybe that's the thing, try. And then maybe I'll come in here. I'll darken this. I'll warm it up. And I'll actually create a legit cast shadow of this cylinder. Try to create maybe an interesting shape or something down there. And if I want to make this a little bit more dynamic, maybe I can chop that, make it a triangle rather than, or make it dynamic rather than static by making it not perfectly horizontal or perfectly vertical.
That sounds good.
Can cut this just a little bit as well. Maybe, you know, but anyways. So the value is just the same of the background. Yeah, it's simultaneous contrast. It's basically, I don't remember what the specific term is called. What do they call it? People call it different things.
What?
James Gurney calls it shape welding, where you basically have this.
That's good.
You have this.
Thank you.
This
Rabbit
color
Love.
is the same value as this color, but then it moves into, so it's like dark on light, light on light, dark on dark, dark on light. And you have all of those within one object. It really helps them fit together and blend in with each other. So James Gurney, if you read his book Color and Light, he calls it shape welding. I don't know what other artists call it, but essentially
I think it's relationships.
it's a way to unify values in a painting and also have edges and stuff that read. So then, of course, you have a little bit of wiggle room within here. You could come up here and add.
We got a few follows. Thank you,
You know.
Rabbit Love. Thank you, Chini Meow, Yolime,
You could add something like this.
and Chastity for the
A
follow.
little light. Yes, thank you for the follows. And this is how a lot of people do like still life studies when they're like oil painting and stuff. So, you know, you get a bowl of fruit, chuck it on the counter, paint it. Think about this kind of stuff when you're building that out. Let me go back to Robert Lemler's stuff, because he does a lot of still lifes and he's really good at it. So Robert Lemler, he was just a teacher of mine. That's why I know about his work, about the artist's works. He does a lot of these still life studies.
Thank you, Saw and V for the follow.
Fresh work, paintings, past and present. Yeah. Here's one of his artworks that he did. It's like a still life, and you can see he's using a lot of these principles in there. It's kind of a dark piece, but you can see that a lot of these are grouped together. His overall painting is very low key. And look, big, medium, small, close together, far away. You've got another little small right here.
Wow.
You've got this really, really nice dance of shapes together. So that's like a still life of
The
his.
background and the vase is completely.
Yeah, it's completely
Blended
blended together. See, this edge of the vase is completely lost, but this edge you can see. It's the same concept of like, if this is completely lost, but then you can see the opposite side. It's actually very similar. It's kind of lucky that I found that.
I know. I use these as reference target standards.
Let me look. I'll look for some other artworks and stuff.
Rainy, if you want to, Colin
this
was
kind
just
of
talking about color, and he did a few demos on color. So if you want to find those demos, we're actually live on YouTube right now. It's the same name, Draw Anime Academy, and you can rewind the stream. So yeah.
How do you make sure you don't pick muddy colors when doing the values? So muddy colors is generally a result of value change that's too extreme. So if your value change is too extreme and it doesn't actually follow the light, that's where muddy colors tends to come from. So if I drew a cylinder with muddy colors, it would be like, and I had a light coming from this direction, maybe I'll have values that are too light in my shadow and values that are too dark in my light. And so you're starting to get muddy colors because there's not a clear separation of shadow and light. Like you'll see with Mead Schaefer's work, I don't have it up currently, but you could see with Mead Schaefer's work that M-E-A-D, Mead Schaefer, you can see with his work, there's no muddy colors going on because he has clear separation of his lights and his darks. They're very well designed. And even though this dark gets really, really, really dark and the light gets really, really light, and you've got all these posters and stuff in the background, none of them actually get muddy because he does a good job at keeping them separate, keeping them contained, right? It's like muddy values is almost like you've got orange juice and apple juice and grape juice, and you've accidentally like mixed them together, so it creates like...
Well, something that you taught me, Colton, was each component of the illustration has its own value structure.
Yep.
And you keep it separated.
Yeah, that gets into like...
Unless you don't want it separated, and then that's another issue. That's
yeah,
another thing, that's a decision.
keeping things separated.
I'm getting a little bit shaky.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm kind of hungry.
I thought you already got a snack.
I did, but I didn't have a very big snack.
We'll have a big snack.
Okay, fine.
Bring me some if you want.
All right. What kind of snack do you want?
I thought you ate already, actually.
No, I didn't eat.
What did you eat anyway?
I ate a small piece of bread.
Oh, don't you have?
I didn't know how
Didn't
long
you already boil like a pot of dinner or something? Is it ready?
Yeah. It's ready.
All right, let's eat.
All right.
I'm hungry.
Sure. You want to just eat on the street?
I don't. Yeah, chat loves it. Where was I? But yeah, there's this principle. There's different things, right? When colors are different, but the value is the same, it's called simultaneous contrast of color. There's other simultaneous contrast. There's simultaneous contrast of shape. There's a simultaneous contrast of value. It's basically, simultaneous contrast. It means there's like contrast going on at the same time. I don't know exactly. But yeah, muddy values tend to come from your darks are spilling into your lights and your lights are spilling into your darks. Generally. So like a muddy value would happen if I made this shadow too dark. Like if I made this too dark, that'd be muddy. Too dark. And too dark. Right? All of a sudden my values are muddy. Although it could just be dirt, but you'd have to kind of correctly identify like where the dirt is. Like if I wanted to draw dirt on this, I would really carefully map out where the dirt is, and I would make sure that my dirt in the shadow and my dirt in the light were separated. Or if I want to draw like spots or something on it. And it would be a different material. Dirt is very matte a lot of the time. Like a matte as in like it's not very reflective. So, you could go in and do something like that. Maybe choose a little bit of a lighter. You'd basically be rendering chunks of a cylinder of just a completely different material, right? And so... Do you ever find that you're like holding your breath while you're drawing and you don't realize it? I do that all the time. I feel like maybe someday I'm gonna like suffocate myself on accident. It's a bad habit, a really bad habit. So like if I wanted to draw dirt, not that this really looks that much like dirt, but if I wanted to draw something, right, maybe it could even be like paint peels or chips or something, then I'd probably just go in here. Maybe something could do something like that, although the design is kind of bad. As always, you want to think about design, right? So big, medium, and small. So I want to try to break up my shapes in larger and medium size and then smaller pieces. And I want to apply big, medium, small, right? Big, medium, small, big shapes, medium shapes, small shapes, close together, far away. So like objects that are close and objects that are far, spread out evenly. Simple and complex, so maybe I have a complex shape that has a lot of detail, and then maybe I have a simple. And then, just keep an overall mentality of like 70-30. Like 70%, 30%. It's just like a general design principle to keep in mind. So maybe I'll have a small over there. and maybe another little small over here. And then maybe I'll try to make my big, maybe it'll like come up to here. You know, maybe something along the lines of that. And then I have to remember to keep my rendering in mind. Have a good one, Ben GB. The tablet, it's just an iPad Pro with Procreate. How do you make that pop up more? Like, show that it has a depth. If I wanted it to be deeper, it's like a bevel, right? So if I have a shape, and I want it to have like a bevel to it, I just think about it as like a little compressed in shape. So maybe just this side right here has a little compressed in shape. And if I want it deeper, I just make the bevel bigger. Like that sort of thing. If I want it shallower, I just make the bevel smaller. So maybe I just have like a little tiny thing. If I want it to be like a convex shape instead of a concave one, you can add light instead. So the light is hitting it. Right? The light's maybe hitting it on that side, and then on the other side maybe you have a shadow. So now it almost looks like it's poking out instead. So that's all I'm doing is I'm just adding, and I know my light source is up here, right? That's my light source. So if it's pushed in, then the shadows are going to be on this side of my form. And again, I've chosen a canvas that's way too small. Actually, my canvas isn't too small, my drawing is small. It's only this big on the canvas. Look at that. I'm just dumb, but don't learn from my mistakes. I don't have enough room to really get detailed here. But there we go. It's so tiny, yeah. Yeah, it's very tiny. It's so tiny. Speaking of tiny, where's Poppy? And a lot of the time I'll just do that. And then to practice, I do that all the time. And maybe I'll just choose like a blue. And I'll just be like, all right, there's my next form. And maybe I'll go, maybe like that. Maybe I'll put the core shadow there. I actually want this to be more interesting. Maybe I'll put this further towards me. Like that. And then everybody's favorite thing in the world, blending, which isn't really that big of a deal. Right, and then we'll get that, maybe a little bit of that blue light back there. Kind of like this. There we go. Not the most successfully designed shape. I guess that's what happens when I don't pre-design or plan anything or have any rhyme or reason. What other brushes do we even have? I don't think I've ever changed brushes. Sketching? Peppermint? Ew. What's that? Oh, I know. It's because I'm super zoomed in. Generally, we'd probably draw here. That's okay. A little bit weird. Oh.
There you go. Yes. What chat? I'm gonna show the food in the camera real quick.
Do it. Whoa!
There you go.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna really enjoy this.
I think so too.
Yeah, there y'all can look at that. I don't care. Oh, ow, hot. I'll spin it to the side that's not hot. I don't need one. Oh my goodness. Chat.
It's like heaven.
I haven't eaten in 6 days. Oh my gosh.
Thankfully, what? Is it really
It's
good?
so good.
Really? Maybe it's just because you're hungry.
Both?
Both.
Chat.
Pork belly. Both
Look at that wiggle.
Jiggle.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good. What does a bigger canvas do? It gives you more room to have nuance and detail in art. Do you recommend big canvas for practice like this? Yeah, I always recommend work on as big as a canvas as you can. Like, there's no reason to go small with your canvas. It doesn't do anything. People would paint traditionally small to save paint and paint faster, but with digital, you could just make your canvas smaller. Like, a lot of the time they'll do gouache paintings like this big. Like really, really, really small. Especially like thumbnails and stuff, but that would be like traditional art a lot of the time.
It's so good that I'm smiling. And it's very rare for me to smile after eating something that I made. Because I don't usually smile after I make something.
You're that dude in Food Wars, the teacher. Child of Midnight? I have not heard of it.
What is it?
Some game? Spoons are not an effective cutting mechanism.
Do you want chopsticks?
Well, there goes. Chopsticks wouldn't cut this either. It's cabbage.
Oh. Hey,
Hello?
Nix. Does chat want a bite?
I want to buy it. I'll steal chat's bite. They'll hate me forever.
Yep.
They'll draw cursed me. They'll draw me cursed.
Yep, they will. As revenge.
You want a pint? I'll get you a really good bite, chat. Hold on.
I'm showing the camera.
I'm trying to...
Oh.
This isn't behaving very well. See? This lettuce, not lettuce. This cabbage doesn't want to come. What? Whoa.
Whoa.
All right, we'll just give chat this bite. Here you go. Wait, which camera? Here we go. Ah. Oh, it fell.
Or how does meat and cabbage go so well together?
Mm-hmm. Who's still here? Regular chat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, regulars. Show yourselves. Who's here? It's been pretty quiet today. But there's a lot of people watching.
Mm-hmm.
Chat.
Dubia and me.
Laylee Nix. Hope. Stuff, maybe. Chat, listen to this. All right. So good.
Honestly. Okay, so this is bosom, right? Remember the bosom that I made for meal prep? The one with the roast pork?
I have no idea. I just eat, bro.
It's the one that I got from Hannah. The recipe of the pork, the roasted pork shoulder.
Clear Sky, Uvia, Mia, Ash. It is
I kind of
delicious.
prefer this version.
This is good. We had a sandwich today. It was great. It's falling.
Here, use a chopstick.
You want me to use chopsticks?
It's a lot easier. Chopsticks are a lot easier to catch stuff when there's not a lot of gravy in the rice, because the gravy makes things slip.
Look at that chat.
It feels like soul food.
It is soul food. Hello.
Hi.
Been procrastinating on a research project for the last 4 hours. Well, at least not the last 4 months.
That's true. Hope it's not due tomorrow.
Oh, it is. What'd you put on this sauce?
Gochujang. Gochujang. The green, no, not green. I'm sorry. The fermented bean paste. And
Oops. I left it.
Water, sesame oil. That's it.
You can really taste the water coming through.
The water. What does that mean?
I don't know. Bro,
I
I'm
made a list.
thirsty.
I added
Speaking of water.
Okay, let me get some water for you.
Oh, sure. Thank you. I'm so happy, chat. We finally got a dedicated stream PC. We rearranged our entire streaming area yesterday. There is now a table on our left, a table on our right. The cabinet with all the books is now behind us in the closet. Yes, we put a cabinet in the closet. 3 monitors. We have chat. We have that. We have the Discord. So we are ready for the 12-hour stream. I'm really, really liking this. Look at that, chat. Perfectly clear. Whoa, look at that. When's the 12-hour stream? Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 days from now. 12-hour
Stream.
sick streamathon. Be there or be not there. I don't really care. A bunch of people are going to be there. It's really fun. We're going to be doing... I mean, a square's a pretty static shape. Did he?
Like, be there,
Nope.
be square.
We reorganized our lights. We got the 2 lights. We stole some of our lights from our desks. We got this coming in from the side. It is Poppy. Hi.
Hi, kitty.
Yes, Saturday. There's gonna be mouthfuls and mouthfuls of rice.
Do you need more cabbage? There's also a little bit of meat left.
This is what I needed. Soul food.
I need more cabbage.
Bro. What is this called, Christina?
Bosom?
Bosom? Bofa? No. Bosom?
Bosom.
Mmm.
Korean dish.
Yep. Korean dish. Exciting. What games? What hoo-ha?
What games to play?
Mmm. Are we gonna play games? Actually, I did set up the Switch.
You did.
Yep, we could legitimately play.
Hi, kitty.
Tori is nowhere to be found. And we have the Switch ready. I don't know how much Switch we're gonna be playing on the 12-hour stream. We might play some. There's Tira. Bride, you're so tiny.
That's literally what happened. I was like, oh, you're gonna grab a huge
Why do I
cabbage on
do
screen,
this?
And then you're gonna be like, oh, you're gonna go like this. And then you're gonna draw even tinier.
Yep, I could draw a micro scene within the micro scene. That's it. This is what I'm doing. I'm taking this and I'm cutting and pasting. I don't have any room. The canvas is full.
I understand why you draw small though, because there's rarely any room.
There's no room ever. Or like, where do I even put this?
Yeah.
Over the looking up faces?
Sure.
Over my pillows that I drew?
Mm-hmm.
How would I just put it in like the same spot?
Sure.
I'll just put
We
it
are
over like
eating
some of the
bosom.
side views.
Which is boiled pork belly with salted napa cabbage and kimchi.
I changed the brush to peppermint. Yeah, this is the only brush. Why is there untitled brush, 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 untitled brush? Can't say it that many times. Why? Chat, look at this. What is this?
Ridiculous.
Untitled, untitled, untitled. They're all the same. Oh my gosh, and it's terrible.
I don't know what happened.
What the heck? It's a pretty sick brush, actually, bro. Nah, it's horrible. It's literally the worst brush I've ever used.
Really?
Yeah, there we go.
That bad.
Wait, we should make the worst possible brushes we could possibly use, and then we'll draw an entire picture with them. What would even a bad brush be? Just like one that you have to fight? Like, you can't make clean line work with it? It like has like random steps and stuff when you're trying to draw?
It doesn't feel like it makes sense.
Kitty, what are you tweaking for? Come here. Here, quit licking your thigh and come here.
Good like
You're so cute.
Oh, Poppy! Did you get fed yet?
Are you calling Poppy cute or are you calling me cute?
I'm calling Poppy cute, but
Yeah.
you're also quite cute.
You're quite cute.
I'm gonna have to finish Christina's drink. She didn't drink it.
Fine.
That's good stuff too. You know how sometimes you go out to eat somewhere and you get a glass of water and it just tastes terrible? It's like bog water. We had that happen the other day. We were at
Tastes
this
like
food.
nasty tap water.
Yeah, we were at the food court in the mall and we were just like, oh my gosh, so thirsty. I need a cup of water. The guy got a cup of water and gave it to us. It literally tasted like swamp doo-doo. I didn't even know it was so bad. And I looked at the water and I'm like,
Cloudy.
it wasn't cloudy, it was
No.
clear, but it tasted so bad.
Tastes like hotel water in this thing.
It tasted like rancid bog water. Oh, I always hold my breath when I drink any restaurant water. Play ACNH. Bro, I'm so glad we can turn up and down our volume. And it doesn't turn it up and down for chat. Is that wild? We don't even know any of the songs we've listened to because they're always so quiet. Chat, the music we've listened to for the last like 10, 11 months,
It was just a watered down version.
we've only heard it at like 2% volume. We can finally listen to music at any volume we want. It can even be really loud. And you guys won't have any sort of change. Just got a drawing tablet, can finally go digital. Awesome. Congrats. I remember my first drawing tablet. Ooh, yucky. I just saw a really nasty tangent.
What?
This line that's created between there and there. That's horrible. Yeah.
Really? Let me see. Oh.
That line right there.
Oh. Okay.
Nasty.
No, my first drawing tablet for last Christmas ever since I've drawn every day. Nice.
That's great.
That's like the motivation that's just amazing.
I love it.
The motivation that comes from new art materials.
Oh my gosh,
It's
yeah.
unbeatable.
It is literally, it can't be beat.
Look at her just cleaning herself like that.
You're so silly. Oh yeah, I rezzed this up a lot. Oh my gosh, dude. It was so low res before. Ew.
Ew.
Oh yes, I also forgot. I need to add I totally forgot to do this. I need to add light to the other side. There you go. That's a lot more. Oh my gosh. My bad, chat. I forgot to light the opposite side of the paint chip peel areas. So it was only like, it was bad. Can't drink tap water after trying filtered? Yeah.
After getting RO and mineral.
Mineral infused god water. We should play bog water or god water.
Bruh. That was true dinner.
True dinner.
Your little footprints.
Mine? That
Yeah.
wasn't from no, that's where the clamp was.
Oh, oops. I thought those were your little footprints.
Mm-mm. I wish my footprints were like that.
Did you finish everything?
Uh-huh. Chat, did I finish?
Wow, you did.
Almost.
Finish. You tore through everything.
I have to eat this rice.
That's a spirit ray. Ooh. Saturn, you could try one of those water enhancement flavorings. Colton's mom has these little squeezy things, and they're like they're minerals, they're extra minerals, and then they're also like flavored, so you just like put a little bit in it, and then it flavors the water a bit more. Oh.
Whoa, chat, that's wild.
50K.
Ooh, 50K. You gotta make sound effects while you draw too. Bro. Ah.
Minerals, why would I want stone in my water?
Yeah.
Because stone is good for you.
Bacon is good for me. Anybody know that clip? No, bacon is good for me. I gotta tell you something. Bacon is good for me. Chat. Oops, I went right back into
Poppy
it.
knows when we're looking at her.
Ugh.
She's doing that sitting position again.
50,000 likes. Congratulations on a complete disaster. Pompoof must not be here because otherwise we would have hit
She
this
is
a
here.
long time ago. Pompoof, or maybe Pompoof's the other one who's been carrying the entire stream. Good job, chat. I know Pompoof is always liking the stream, carrying. But great work, amazing job, absolutely phenomenal. That's a lot of fun. Good job on your achievement, chat. Whoa, look at that.
Whoa.
Psych. And this one's tiny too.
I'm gonna work my challenge.
What challenge, people?
My OC.
We want milk.
Milk.
You'll be getting plenty of milk on Saturday if you like the stream. You about ready to wrap it up?
Yep. I need draw OCs.
Christina wants to
I'm
wrap
gonna
it up.
walk in and draw OCs and draw a bunch for Friday. No, not Friday. This Saturday. We're showing the challenges this Saturday. And I'm super excited. And I also have an illustration idea. Blech. That's so cool.
This?
Yeah. Anytime Colton starts drawing, I'm like, I'm just like, the urge to draw is just enhanced.
I don't know why I draw that. It's stupid. I can't undo.
I'm prepared to like my heart out.
All right, everybody. I think that is gonna be that.
That is gonna be that.
That.
You know, it makes sense.
That does make sense. All right, that chat. That chat. Do your homework. Don't be the reason that your class gets punished for some people not doing the homework. Holy moly, it's 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we gotta wrap up. Ugh. I saw Saturn say it's gonna be 1 a.m. and I'm just like, uh-oh.
Excuse me. Excuse you? What? Oh, you're switching seats?
Whoa. Bro, I'm gonna pass out tonight after all that food. All right, chat, have a good night. Is stream ending? Yes, indeed, it is ending. We will be live again Friday.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna cover challenges Friday. No, we're gonna cover challenges Saturday. Saturday on the 12-hour
Stream.
Giga Streamathon. I'm just kidding. It's just a 12-hour stream, but we're gonna have a lot of fun. And yeah. What are we doing on Friday?
I don't know. We'll
Streaming? I have no idea.
We could do OC Adoptables again.
We could do OC
We
Adoptables,
could do
maybe?
Boy Boot Camp. So cute.
Yeah, we'll probably do something fun. Tutorials and Adoptables, maybe. And I gotta practice my pretty boys. Bye-bye, everybody. More coloring. I'm all colored out. No, I'm kidding. Maybe coloring. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. And we'll hang out with you on Friday. Yep.
See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye. Ended. Okay. YouTube. We will chat with you later.
Chat with you later, chat.
Bye-bye.
Bye.